How you doing, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome to the show. I'm your host, Sander. Welcome to This and That, where we talk about this, that, and everything in between. And today we have Mr. Pibbs here. We are going to talk about are evil deeds truly unjust? Okay, so Mr. Pibbs, what is the concept behind that? Oh, real quick, ladies and gentlemen, before we get started, make sure that you like and subscribe, join the membership. Uh, if you join the membership, you guys will actually get some pretty decent discounts depending on the tier of the membership that you join into. In addition to that, you also have the membership store in our YouTube channel. You can find that from the cell phone, from the homepage, or from the website, also on the homepage. You find our stores. We have two stores, actually, over 150 merchandise items. Uh, so you can find both of those stores from YouTube. But if you're on Twitch, we have one store in the event section, the other one in the bio. We have one in the bio of our YouTube page as well. So for those of you that are just jumping in on TikTok and Twitter, you guys will be able to see the this and that merchandise store on YouTube. For those of you that are watching us on YouTube, you see that we have our merchandise streaming across the screen on the bottom right hand corner. So you take a look at that. So left hand corner, my bad. Take a look at that and grab some stuff, show us some love, and also make sure that if you like what you guys are seeing on the show, that you're able to show us some super likes and super emojis and super comments and special thanks. The donations to the platform help support the platform. You guys can also do the same thing on Twitch and TikTok and Twitter. So if in the event that you're enjoying yourselves, make sure you throw us a little something here and there. We greatly appreciate it. Anything helps the podcast become a better podcast. We also have some affiliate merchandise on our YouTube page for all of the other content that we support. So you'll see a lot of affiliate brands on all of our long and shorts on our YouTube page. So go check those out. Different items on different videos. So you'll be able to kind of get a feel for the things that we think are pretty neat or something that has a pretty good deal. Um, if you're interested in specific products you want me to go take a look at, then you let me know in the comment section. I'll find out about it, then I'll get it back to you. Make sure that you remember that we're live 7 days a week, 9 Eastern, 8 Central, 5 Pacific. So you can always take a look at our channel. Our YouTube channel has episodes going as far out as October now. So make sure that you double check those, start to fill up the Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday slots. So you'll start seeing the entire 30-day calendar filled up coming soon. Just pick the specific episodes that you would like to watch, hit the notify me button, and it'll let you know 30 minutes before the show airs, and it'll let you know when the show actually airs. For you guys that are on TikTok, we are trying to hit this really nifty goal. As you can see right here at the bottom of the screen, we're trying to get it as close to 100,000 subs as possible. So it would be awesome if you guys who are coming in to give us a little follow, and that'll help us get our stream key. So we'll be able to put that stream key up, make this a lot easier for you guys to communicate with the other people on the other platforms. Because this is an open forum, open discussion platform. We try our best not to utilize hate speech, but beyond that, it's an adult platform. If you guys are coming onto the show from TikTok, you can request to be brought up onto the screen, and we'll figure that part out to get you guys kind of wormed in there. The rest of you guys that are on Twitch, TikTok, and YouTube, you guys can click the link in the comment section. When you click the link, approve the mic, approve the camera. If you're over the age of 18, it'll bring you into our green room. We'll be able to confirm that. You can turn off your camera if you like, but just like we had Joe on the show earlier this week, you guys will be able to come on and have a discussion in real time, and we can continue talking about concepts on the show. And Joe had a really nice house, but I think it was an Airbnb, but he took his family out on a vacation when we were talking about high value men showing appreciation and value for their families, and our expectations to get the same reciprocation back from those families. So It's really cool. You guys can also do shout outs and stuff to that effect as long as they're appropriate. So take that in mind when you are thinking about coming onto the podcast. Let's see. I do believe I've covered everything. So unless something else pops into my mind, that's pretty much all I have for morning announcements. Mr. Pitts, what is your ideas for the concepts of today's show?
So today we're gonna go outside the box. Um, I just got a quick question for the audience: Is do you think people are born naturally evil? And if so, can you give me a good example for the audience, for those that um just showing up or tuning in? To me, I don't believe so, but I believe that everyone can potentially do commit a sin or a crime, that sometimes their actions can be questionable. Um, this is one of the topics that's like usually would run through my mind, and it's been in the back door of my memory when I'm like by myself. And I was like wondering, can someone that has good intentions commit evil acts and still consider it a just action? And sometimes people can say that it's justified, or sometimes they said they had no choice. But to be honest with you, the real answer to that question, in my opinion, is uh, who came out as the winner. To be honest, that's the real true answer to, in my opinion, that seems best fit on that question. Whoever comes out as the winner of that altercation. So you can complain. People can complain all they want. Oh, this guy, he did such and such, blew up this building to get to this for this, so he can save his daughter. But it's still a bad thing. But he still won. He still saved his daughter. Or uh, this guy lied to five different people to help his sickly wife, and he still won. He still got what he wanted. So that does that, even though he did something bad, he did it through a good intention to help his wife or his loved ones. So I don't think a person's can be truly evil, but can still do un questionable actions. Let's go with that. Questionable actions that people will find immoral, and still get the result that he wanted, that would benefit someone else. And that's something people need to first think about, like, why did that person do that situation? We usually see on the news, oh, this person just wiped out this whole entire people in the public area, but they don't know why he did it. And then later they found out, oh, all these people tortured and massacred his family, all of his family members, and so he's seeking revenge. But they don't talk about that on the news, of course. You have to find it through back notes and uh, hidden letters, just to find out later in the year that that's what he did and why he did it. So there's a term that people usually don't uh, hear it, but don't really take into mind, of don't judge a book by its cover, and that in those situations carry those that amounts of weight. And like, for example, people that's now starting to like anime, uh, Naruto and Itachi was good to be as a prodigy. He would help, but had a dark soul. And when he massacred his whole entire clan, they brandished him a traitor and he's evil and he's corrupt, but later he did it just to save the leaf. Does that make him truly evil, or just a person that was willing to go whatever it takes to protect the things that he cares about? So it's always a tier. It falls under like ethics, and you can say philosophy or morality to that situation. Some people may disagree with me. They just say, "Oh, this guy's just a straight up bad person." But at the end of the day, he still got his results, and people are now seeing why he did that action. So that, to me, that's the winner. You can say all that you want. Oh, that's terrible. That's horrible. But at the end of the day, people have done things throughout history that is questionable or immoral, but we still sweep it under the rug because they are the victors. And you know what they say about the victors? To the victors, the spoils. So you can be good, bad, and the only person that can judge you, if you believe in one God or multiple, they're the ones that can judge you on that action. But till right now, during that situation, that person won, so he can decide what was good or bad. And if you guys have a problem with that, go ahead and take it up with him and see if you can win. You can outprove that situation. But Vander, what do you think about that?
I've got a lot of things. I want to dial it back and start with your original concept of the whether or not it's either good or bad or moral or ethical or evil or not, and your concept of, well, he or she won allegedly. Well, first of all, the concern that I have is that the intent of the person doesn't determine whether or not they are a good or a bad person. It's just whether or not that person's intentions are socially accepted or non-socially accepted. When you use a religious construct of sin, you actually are coming from what is considered good or bad from a religious perspective, where a religion that claims to not judge actually judge whether or not things are good or bad. Um, Good and bad is subjective because good is what benefits you and your agenda, and bad is what negatively impacts you and your agenda. Um, the idea of evil is, I guess, perceivably understood as a perceived extreme bad, uh, as opposed to a one-off inappropriate behavior or something to that effect. So then moving on to your concept of when you claim that, well, good or bad, he accomplished his goal, so he's the winner. Really? Do you really think that certain actions that occur that somebody actually won or lost? Because I mean, you win in a competition because you were the fastest, you were the strongest, you accomplished the highest score. But in life, are you really ever winning? And then are you considered the winner until you actually start losing? Because when you come from, well, he or she is the winner, they achieved their objective, so to speak. Does that make them a winner? So and then whatever it took to get there, is that justified by the fact that they accomplished their goal? Because that moral and ethical philosophy comes from the concept, because you're not even really talking about really good or evil in this concept. You're looking at, does the ends justify the means based off of the social expectations. So looking back at your example of the person that was supposed to be going to get his child and did all of these supposed socially unacceptable behaviors. He comes back with his kid, and you say, well, he won. At what cost? and then he comes back with the kid. So assuming that the kid survived, because he could have just came back with the kid's body, assuming that the kid survived, did he really win? And then if what he did is socially unacceptable, if he comes back with the child's alive, but he's in prison, potentially facing the death penalty, did he win? Because he still doesn't have his kid. His kid's just no longer in the place that the kid was in. Then you also have the other construct of, well, if somebody is achieving their agenda, while they're achieving their agenda, they're winning. When they no longer are achieving their agenda, they're losing. When you come from that social construct, you have to then ask, well, is that a uniform concept? Because if it is, I mean, there was a few hundred years where Hitler was winning, right? So does that make him right for what he was doing during that time that he was achieving his goal, his objective? And then all of the people that were negatively impacted by his decisions, is that like acceptable because he was achieving his goal, his objective during that time period? And then when you look at other aspects, like, for example, John Q, you use that as a good example for morals and ethics. A lot of the times he took a lot of people hostage and psychologically traumatized innocent people, or perceivably innocent people, people who weren't involved in his agenda, who weren't negatively impacting his agenda. That would be the level of innocence that I would define there, because people aren't relatively innocent per se. Then you have to look at the fact that even though none of these people were negatively impacting his ability to be successful, he held them hostage and endangered their lives and their safety in order for him to selfishly attain a specific goal, because he was in a situation where he didn't have enough resources to provide for his family. Now, he ended up having to give his life for his child, but he could have ultimately done that without actually holding the hospital hostage. So what he did, was that right, justifiable? Is he considered an evil person because he held women and children hostage, pregnant women at that, a whole hospital full of sick and invalid people? And then what is the difference between right and wrong outside of what society does not agree with or actually approves of? Then here's another concept for you. Take a murderer, for example. Average person goes out onto the street and takes out 3 people. Police are looking for him, warrant out for his arrest, manhunt situation. He's going to prison, if not worse. You give him a camouflage uniform, M4 name tag, and drop him off in, say, Afghanistan, Korea, Egypt, something like that. And he does the same thing to probably 300 people. And then he comes back and you give him a medal. You give him honor. You give him financial benefits, college education. What's the difference? Still killing people. So is it morally and ethically acceptable if you're doing it because society asked you to? Or is it only selfishly, subjectively acceptable to be done when you're doing it in the favor of the requester? And then if that's the case, are hitmen ethical and moral? Because they're being requested to do a job. They're being hired to do a job. As you said before on a previous podcast that you held strippers and adult workers to a higher regard than a hitman. But if a hitman is hired and requested to do a job, it would be acceptable to the requester if the hitman succeeded with his job. And then what if that hitman was out there aiding that father in his objective. This contract killer, is he an unethical person because he kills people for a living? Because I mean, he saved this little girl or this little boy. These are all questions that, do not have a uniform answer. And because they do not have a uniform answer, they're all subjective, which ultimately puts you in a position of having to decide socially whether or not you believe that certain actions are good or bad in your opinion, and then whether or not those actions are right or wrong, even if they do have a positive outcome. Like, for example, running a bunch of traffic lights in order to get a dying family member to a hospital. I mean, you're endangering the lives of everyone else that you're running off the road and risking getting into a severe crash by running traffic lights, breaking a bunch of laws. You saved a life, though. You didn't do it the way society would prefer you to do it by utilizing an ambulance, but you saved a life, though. Does that mean that you should not get all of the tickets involved with that, license suspended, be taken to jail, have your car impounded because you broke a bunch of laws? Are you exempt from punishment because you achieved your goal? And then another thing that you could think about here is, if in the event that you are not exempt from the consequences of your actions because your intent was positive, did you really win if you now have to face judgment for all of the actions that were considered socially unacceptable in your mission to go and achieve your objective? You achieved your objective, but now you're going to spend the rest of whatever life you have left facing the consequences of your decisions. And depending on the magnitude of those consequences, whatever life you have left might be extremely short. So does that mean that if in the event that you save this life that you don't get to enjoy with this person, you rescued this person that you don't get to see how they turn out, they could die the next day, but you're not going to know because you're either imprisoned or they eliminated you because of the decisions that you made? And then what about those people who decide, well, I'm not going to go to the extreme? If you didn't break any laws and you weren't able to obtain your goals, does that make you a bad person because you didn't push yourself beyond the limitations of rules and regulations in order to obtain your goal? Did you allow negative things to happen to the people that you care about because you didn't pull yourself into a an area of lack of moral compass in order to achieve your goal? So, like I said, I have 1,000 questions for you on that, and by all means, as many of them as you can remember, it'd be good for you to try to answer all of those, because it does play to the tune of, when you say that people are not technically inherently evil, you still have to recognize that if a person that was born in our society had a natural ability to remove life from living things at a really, really young age, like 3, 4, would you consider that a demon child? Would you consider that an evil child? You could assume that the child is too young to understand what he or she is doing, but if the child understands that this action will unalive this person and they're going to do that, and your objective is to stop them, or if you're not paying attention, you're going to go to another funeral, is this child born evil? And that actually would be the construct behind the Omen child that was theoretically described as a demon child. Although in that particular scenario, the actual Omen story, the child had uh, powers that people didn't actually really pay attention to, where the child could manipulate a person's ability to unalive themselves, where the kid didn't always have to touch people, but just from the ideology that if a 4-year-old knows that if they push you over this balcony that you're not going to survive, they push you out of this window, you know you're not going to survive. They release the park brake while you're under the car, they know you're not going to survive. And they're performing these actions before they are old enough to know how to talk. Is that child actually evil? What do you think, Mr. Pibbs?
So back to John Q, the movie. So yes, there should be other ways that he could approach it, but given his circumstances and the methods that he had to do legally, and they still wanted to take his son's name off the list and send him home, he was backed into a corner to make him do unjustly things, which resulted him holding up a hostage of, I believe it was a pregnant woman, a man, two guys, the security guard, which was a terrible security guard. Someone should have fired that guy, because he didn't secure nothing, and the doctor that
Well,
told him there was nothing
I'm,
that
I'm
really.
sorry, but before you continue, um, two things. You segue into the security guard was an awful security guard because he was afraid for his life in that particular situation. And if he was hired like some of the security companies that you have worked for before, where you're primarily supposed to watch and not do stuff, and then call the police for the police to do stuff, if this situation was above his pay grade, how does that make him a horrible security officer? And then the other thing that I asked you about the John Q situation was, well, I understand he didn't have the resources and they wanted to take his son off of the donor list. The decision for the father being a direct donor for the child, if he unalived himself, they would put his heart in his kid. Now, why couldn't he just start with that? Because he held the hospital hostage for the whole movie, and it boiled down to he was a match for his kid. And the only reason why he was the one that utilized his own heart for his son was because the heart that was on its way to the hospital for his son didn't make it there. So the question is, was everything that he did before he realized that he was a match, did that really, was that really necessary when he could have gotten himself tested to be a match and then offer up his own heart for his child? And then since the heart needs to be preserved, he could have just took the shot to the head and then gave his heart to his kid. He actually could have wrote a living will that gave his heart to his kid, where they would not be able to legally give his heart to anyone else on a donor's list. And then he could have taken his own life, and then his heart would have had it gone to his son because it was willed to him, and then his son would have survived, and the hospital would have to perform that operation to save the child because there was an available organ there. So why didn't he go down that path instead of endangering the lives of a lot of other people? And if that path was a more reasonable situation where it would have only negatively impacted his family and maybe frustrated the doctors that would have had to perform this operation, uh, would you say that everything else that he did up until the point where he took his own life was unnecessary?
Oh, that was it, or you? That's all. That's your last question.
I mean, you seem confused.
No, I was just wondering if you were done because you had two questions. So first question
Yeah,
was,
I asked two questions.
yeah. So okay. So back to the security officer. Well, the first thing the security officer was supposed to be vigilant, which he really didn't do. He just sat all day and ate Cheetos, which kind of defeats the purpose of a security officer, and be aware of your surroundings, which he was not. Secondly, as for, well, you kind of said three questions, but the second one, why didn't he just go ahead and just give his heart to his own? They promised him that there will be a seat for him. They have a donor in the window. He has to come accumulate some type of money, or I don't know if you remember, he had to get some letter that from a city that will let them do the operation for free. Um, they didn't do. They lied, first off, lied to him, saying that the letter doesn't mean anything, and secondly, they kicked him off even though he was selling everything so he can get his child a donor. And as for offering his heart in the first place, he probably didn't think about it that time. He wanted to keep his son on the list because he deserved to be on the list. He was, I think the child was like 10 years old to be on that list, 10 years old to get a heart, and they took him off, saying that there was nothing that they could do. He didn't get the money in time, or even though he didn't pass the deadline, they said they were just going to kick him off because they don't think he was going to make the money. So in his rash and questionable, well, not even questionable, he shouldn't have done it at all, which you were right about. Uh, he shouldn't do it, but that was really the only thing he probably could come up with in the heat of the moment, which transpired those events, which he later finds out that all the money that he was that he was trying to raise wasn't going to be for a list as a donor, but to the Doctor's Country Club, so he can cover his membership. And when they were about to bring his son in and do the operation, couldn't get a they said they couldn't find a donor in time, or about to lose a donor in time. It's been a while since I watched that film. uh he was willing to give up his heart when all else failed. He wanted to see his child grow up, which shows of greed, but he couldn't, the circumstances didn't give him that. So he said, to hell with it, I'd rather have my son live and and die so he can live as well. Which which committing suicide, I believe, was one of like a sin too. You couldn't commit suicide for yourself even though you're trying to do it for somebody else. I believe that was like up there too. I don't
Well,
really remember.
that's a religious concept too, because the Ten Commandments are all the laws that was written in the Bible that you're supposed to obey. And I don't believe that none of the first 10 commandments state that you're not supposed to take your own life.
It was not in the Ten Commandments, but it was but it was, they still count as a sin for you taking your own life.
I mean,
Uh,
they counted as blasphemy for to have same-sex relationships. So they
well, they also
don't.
said there's more than one 12 commandment too. There's like 60. They one of my friends that were what was religious, he said there was like 64 commandments that was
Uh,
made.
there could be 2,000 unwritten commandments, but
Mm.
for the sake of the ones that everybody walks around with, that King James book that hasn't been issued by Donald Trump, uh, the Ten Commandments don't say anything about unaliving yourself. And when you think about what is in that same Bible, while most people who claim to be religious do not really support it, actually in the Bible it actually promoted uh, incest, because Lot gave
Yeah, no one really
birth to his two. Lot gave birth to both of his daughters, which were not adults, and then those daughters had sons, and those sons became kings. And those one of those kings actually was jealous of a man who had married his sister. And all of this happens after Sodom and Gomorrah. No, people only talk about what happened in Sodom and Gomorrah. They don't talk about the fact that, oh wait, in Sodom and Gomorrah, Dad offers up his virgin daughter as an offering to the townspeople. So, in exchange for them not to harm a stranger to the dad and the dad's family. So he's like, hey, you can have my daughter instead. You already know what they're about to do to this kid. Now, in this particular construct of the Bible, like the fact is that these people that came to Lot's house was valued by Lot more than Lot valued his own children. And he decided that he would sacrifice them to the people, to the greed of the people, to keep an outsider from experiencing what this town is made of. So, and it's strange because in that particular passage in the Bible, like he was able to live in this town with his family without something negative happening to his daughters, and he's going to voluntarily offer his daughters to prevent passersby from experiencing what this town is about. So when you say that, suicide is a sin, I mean, people, the preachers in a lot of the churches actually really make a lot of claims, and not all of them are technically supported by a Bible, but they do definitely come back and really push certain agendas and use certain sentences and certain phrases and certain parables out of the Bible to justify that in their sermons. In fact, if you remember, 400 or 500 years of the beginning of America, they were preaching it out of the Bible that it was supposed to be acceptable to have minority people utilized as slaves. And you even have, if you talk to some of the people that grew up in the 50s and 60s, where they were taught that black was a sin. Being black was a sin. That the lineage of the Cain and Abel scenario, where you were allegedly, when Cain eliminated Abel, that Cain was marked with ash. We all know that ash is the white flaky stuff that floats away from the fire, and soot is black. But they say that he was marked with ash, which turns his skin black. Yeah, the man was black from the beginning because this is all happening in Egypt. So everybody out there they were black before it started. But the fact is that the way it's being taught is that the lineage of true sinners is all blacks because of the way it is presented. Not necessarily a true concept, but that's what was being taught many moons ago, and those generations accepted that as it is what it is. So another thing, like a lot of religious people say that you're not supposed to curse, that it's a sin to curse. The true verbiage out of that book is that you are not supposed to misuse the words, not misuse the words. He did not say you couldn't curse. He said you couldn't misuse the words. And misusing the words would be deliberately taking the definition of a word and using it out of context, which we identify in modern day as slang. Okay? So, are we really promoting the true concepts that are written in that book that people are claiming that they stand behind, that they exist their entire life around? Because if the truth is out there and the truth is misspoken and we are misguided and we are truly a group of lost lambs that have no shepherd, we're now looking at the religious construct as a subjective scenario as well, where it is only to the benefit of the person that is promoting the message, which also means that it is not necessarily right or wrong, good or bad, and could potentially not be recognized as either a sin or not a sin, because if incest is promoted in the Bible, it's not a sin, but it's frowned upon about society. You have to remember that Moses was a soldier. Soldiers are murderers. Thou shalt not kill. But Moses was praised in the Bible for helping save the Jews because he knew about the location of where to go to bring the people because of his experiences in war. Now, is Moses a good person because he helped get the Jews away from their captor, or is Moses a bad person because he spent the adult life at least killing people until he was called upon to help these people escape? Because ultimately, you're the same person when you're doing a bad action that you are when you are doing a good action. And I'm going to say it again so that you understand that you are the same person when you are performing a socially unacceptable action as you are when you are performing a socially acceptable action. So which one is Moses, good or bad? Miss Viz?
So for Moses doing good or bad, yeah, he killed some people.
A lot of them.
Huh?
A lot of them.
Yeah, he killed a lot. But let's not cut and dry. Like he was killed a lot. Um, but he also did certain good by saving Jews. But does that count as a balance out? Does that balance through does that balance what he had done with bad intentions? Now
Did he have bad intentions or was he just doing what he was told? If
that
he was a
depends on
soldier.
who. That's why I say it depends on who came out on top. Those the people that wrote the book. They talk about well, that's the thing about the
But,
Bible. They say it's the
but
greatest book ever written, but they don't really explain in detail what happened back there. They say, "Oh, he did this and that,"
but
but they
you say that the
they do
winner is the
put
one that
details,
came out
but
on
they didn't
top,
talk
but
about the thought.
you say that the winner is the one that came out on top, but did he come out on top or did he just survive?
Because well, let's look at what they portrayed in the Bible. What they said. Oh, he met the burning bush that helped him change his life around, which is God that was disguised as the burning bush to guide
Mm.
him to the righteous path and
Or he
led
could have been
him
tripping on opioids and looking at a burning bush.
probably. But we don't want. But who wants to listen to a guy that just spoke on opioids? That's probably not a good tale to talk about. But let's for the sake of conversation, that he did meet God. He goes there and he does the task that God had presented him with him to free the Jews. And then well, he also even
But
took, technically speaking, he took even more life on the last day to free this taking the very first board. Man,
I
he
mean, did
killed a
he
lot.
really turn over his life or did he just like quit his job as a soldier and then went out here and started being a rebel?
Like I say, it depends on who came out as the winner because at the
No,
end of the day,
this is the same person because you're saying, well, it depends on who came out as a winner. Did this guy come out as a
I'm not
winner?
saying this is a different person. Um,
You're saying it. No, you say it depends on who
no, no,
came
no,
out as a winner.
let me finish. He is still the same person. When he slaughtered people, still the same person. When he rescued them, still the same person. I'm saying that it depends on the winner because at the end of the day, who's writing the books about them
Okay,
and who's
so
putting out even the
who is
details.
the winner then?
Who is the winner?
Yeah.
I don't know. like,
So then, so how do you determine whether or not what he did was good or bad or positive or negative or socially acceptable or socially unacceptable?
by making like what we're doing right now, trying to figure out all the facts. You just gave me the is what like I said before, the Bible only gives you a half story, even though it is the book that is supposedly the greatest book of all time ever read or written.
Well, most
Like
people's story is part of the story.
but
So again, is he?
they leave out important stuff. So that all for all we know that the Pharaoh was the real hero in the story. Everyone in when they do an action, they're their own hero in their own story. And
Okay, so then the question is, whose story is going to determine this person being good or bad?
whose story will determine if it's good or bad?
Yeah, because I'm still trying to figure out is what he did good or bad, right or wrong, evil or not evil,
Well,
justified.
let's are we talking about the whole generation of his life, or are we just talking about him just killing people before he saved
Well,
Jews?
okay, so that since you want to break it down into specifics, you claimed that he killed a bunch of people, but then
No,
he
you get that
saved a
answer.
bunch of people. You claimed that he killed a bunch of people, but then he saved a bunch of people, and whether or not that balanced each other, those two actions balanced each other out. First of all, you would have to be able to determine if the number of lives lost were equally weighted against the number of lives saved, or if the number of lives saved outweighed the number of lives lost. Then you would have to also determine before that is whether or not a good or bad action can be redeemed by performing a equally good or bad action on a different side. Uh, but just for the concept of you claiming that, well, he performed these egregious actions, well, are they egregious? Or do we just believe in our modern society that they're egregious? Because again, if you are part of the U.S. Navy and you go out there and sink a ship with 2,000 civilians in it, and you're doing it for the sake of your country, it's part of the job. You're not a bad person. You get a medal for it when you come back, and they give you veterans benefits where you can buy a house for $1. So, is it good or bad? You say that it depends on the winner. So I've asked you, who is the winner? Did he win? You said that he changed his life around. Well, change his life around from what? Because he went from working in whatever military was going on in that time to working with the rebellion. Him whether or not he talked to a plant on fire versus the fact that he went from serving his kingdom to serving a rebel group is the only life changing thing. It's like you quitting or getting fired from your job and then going to work for another company. Like, did you really change, or did you just change occupations? And if you just changed occupations, then you're the same person that you were when you were in the previous occupation. Now, that boils it down to the main question. Is he a good person or is he a bad person? And since you say that him being a good person or a bad person or ethical person or an unethical person is based on whether or not he himself won. And I asked you, did he win? He's because from what I understand, surviving isn't necessarily winning. So you would have to define what winning is in this particular scenario in order for you to determine that Moses won.
Okay, so let's go. Well, for starters, back to him killing people. Well, he wasn't really a soldier. I think he wasn't he? I believe he was a prince as
It
well.
was a murderer,
He was
bro.
he was he was adopted. His brother was the pharaoh, if I remember the story correctly. Um, until he was found out the truth about his origin, which made him fled the capital to go to rediscover himself. Uh, then afterwards, that's when he came across a burning bush and told him what his life purpose was. And once he acknowledged that life purpose, he went to go and change his life around, however he can.
That's a different
So the
story.
first part was go and save Jews, go and be uh, their spokesperson and his God's vessel
Mm.
to if I remember correctly, the terms was to pay forth the righteousness, if I remember correctly, to mend those that are broken, which they really didn't go into details. A lot of plagues, a lot of wrath from God, mostly doing
Mm.
most of the work
Is it
until
is it really wrath from God, or was it just terrible weather?
well, if meteors come falling down and uh, water turns to blood, I feel like that's a little bit past humans'
Well,
capability.
that's a pretty descriptive, but it's still descriptive. So if meteors came crashing down today and a lot of people lost their lives, their blood would go into the water and the water would turn to blood.
Yeah, and then the
Now is
last.
that a
Uh,
would that be a wrath of God in 2024, or would that just be a bad day?
some say it will be a wrath of God, so like a yes and a no question. Some
No,
people say
it's
that's
either
not
a
a
yes
wrath of
or
God.
a no. Is
Well,
that
no, because
it?
there are people that actually said, "Oh, this happened because we don't have any followers or believers in God. That He's just a fake myth or make
But
believe."
we have tons
And
of alleged believers in God, because I mean we have the whole Catholic religion, followed by the Judaism, followed by the Muslims, and there's tons of religions. So I mean there's enough religious people on the planet to
And
say
then you
that
have people
somebody
that go to
believes.
titty bars and alcohol or join satanic religions. There's people
Doesn't
people like to make their own claims and think
doesn't
it's
stop the fact that there are
as
people that
well.
are believing. So that still is a yes or a no, not a yes and a no. If you said that the meteors happening in this book and the rivers of blood that came about afterwards, if a meteor struck the planet now, not large enough to destroy the planet, but large enough to cause a lot of death, there would be some blood in the water. Now, would that be considered a wrath of God, or would that just be a bad day?
That must be a very, very, very bad day if you get
Okay,
hit.
which means it's not the wrath of
Well,
God.
yeah,
So,
but it's a wrath of God because he kind of called it,
did he call it,
right?
or
Yeah, because
was
he
the
warned
planets
him.
just?
He told them what was going to happen each time where he does not fit the demands. They came to pass.
Oh boy.
Uh,
So here's now another question. So if a meteorologist was to tell you that a meteor was coming to strike the Earth because its trajectory says that it is going to hit Miami, and then that meteor hits Miami, and then the local waters nearby Miami is covered in blood, is that the wrath of that meteorologist? You're laughing. I'm serious.
no, I know, but like, so he predicts that a meteor is coming. People don't listen to him, right?
I didn't say
And
that. I didn't say whether or not they listened to him. I said that according to your claim, is that this guy said that this was going to happen, and then it happened, and that is considered his wrath. Now, I said if a meteorologist was to observe that this meteor is going to hit the earth, and he tells everybody, and it happens, and all of these people lose their lives, and now there's a sea of blood in the area of the disaster zone, is that this guy's wrath?
did he say it was going to be his wrath?
Does that change anything?
Yeah.
How?
Does he, because he would either say, is he warning you about the meteor coming, or is he threatening you that this is his wrath? Because
Does
that
it
makes
change
all the
anything?
yeah, it does. It actually changes greatly.
How?
Because if someone warns you about something about imminent danger, they just say wanted to warn you so you could get to cover safety or go in on a rocket ship so you can get out of that situation. That's kind of a warning. But if someone threatens you, I'm gonna hit you with a meteorite because this is my wrath. That's a different story. So, like, did he say he was going to hit them with it, or is he going to warn them about? It's like saying, "Oh, watch out, or you get hit by that car," or if you don't get out of my way, I'm gonna push you and get hit by I'll imagine a car getting hit by a car, and that is my wrath. So is he
So if
warning
I
them?
told you that you didn't follow my instructions, that you will be ran over by a car, and then you got ran over by a car because you didn't follow my instructions, is that my
That's
wrath?
your wrath.
That's my wrath.
Yes.
How is that my wrath? I don't control the car. I didn't run you
You,
over.
but you threatened me with getting run over by a car if I didn't do your instructions.
So it's my wrath because my prediction came to pass.
Yep.
That makes absolutely no sense. I don't have any way to
And
influence
yet
that
people
particular action.
follow it and believe in it to the point.
No,
There's, like, if someone says this is how easily a person can count something and make it say something, and if it happens one time, it becomes true. Like, if someone says, "Oh, you're going to die tonight," but doesn't tell you how, but you end up dead. Doesn't
is
that
that
show
the
that
wrath
person?
of the messenger, or that just shows that that person had good predictive skills, had good observations of
Good predictive skills. Good.
like let's be real now. You're because we're talking about good and evil, talking
Yeah.
about right and wrong, and now we're kind of veering off into this other scenario because you never answered whether or not Moses is a good or a bad person. You're still trying to define who actually won that. Did Moses win that, or did somebody else win that? And the fact of the matter is that if Moses lost, then Moses is considered an evil person for his actions, or if Moses won, he's considered a good person for his actions. Well, who determines the winner? And you never answered that question, but now we're sitting here on this side topic of you're talking about
Well, for one, you
some
didn't listen to
person
me answering
who
the question,
does
so
their wrath. That you're talking about some person who makes a claim, and that this claim is going to be their wrath. And then I ask you about a random person in Florida saying, "Hey, you know, I'm going to make this happen." Like he sees it happening, and then he's going to take credit for it. And you're saying that makes it his wrath because he formulated um, foreseeable outcomes as a threat. So because he formulated foreseeable outcomes as a threat, you're calling it that person's wrath. And then we start using the concept of me, who is not in a car, tells you that if you don't do what I tell you to do, that you will get run over by a car. And then if I put you in a new scenario where I'm telling you to follow my instructions or you'll be hit by a car, and my instructions are don't go into the street right now, then you go into the street and then you get hit by a car. It's more of an I told you so, but you're telling me that that's my wrath because I threatened to have you run over by a car. Um, and I have no control over whether or not that happens. It's a lot different from somebody putting out a hit on you and saying, "Oh, I'm going to pay somebody to take your life." And that person taking your life technically is not the original person's wrath. It's actually the wrath of the person who took your life because that person was doing his job. But the outcome of the person being paid to take your life technically would segue wrath from, or the intent of wrath from, the original purchaser of the hitman. So if you're taking credit because you know that this is about to happen and you're taking credit for it, how does that make it your wrath just because you know that it's about to happen? Or at least you believe that it's about to happen.
Back to your back to Moses. Uh, I didn't say that was his wrath. I said that was God's wrath, and he just tells him what.
No, and that's why we were clear on that. You talked about God's wrath.
Yeah,
We were clear
because
about that, and you were talking about God's wrath,
so,
and then I
yeah,
used a meteorologist
if he's not
scenario.
if he's not tripping on no ecstasy or anything,
Uh,
and it's
okay, so
actually truly a message from God, and God tells him this is what I'm gonna do, and he does it. that's not God's wrath, and he's just sending the message out to him that if you don't do this, he is going to do that. He said he's going to do that. That's basically what he said. He was just a messenger telling to the one that is doing the action, doing things that God does not like, that he was going to do this to you, and which he did. It was not
Mm.
Moses that's doing it. It was
Nobody
God
said it
that was
was
doing it.
Moses. We veered
Huh?
away from Moses. Well, nobody said that it was Moses. We veered away from Moses because you said that God made a statement and it was God's wrath. But this is a very metaphorical book. So God didn't actually say this. Somebody wrote down that God said this. And then
But
the
God
person who
said
wrote it
people
down,
say God
but
is real.
well, the person
Even
who wrote
though
it down also said that the meteor hit the planet and then the water turned to blood. So he is describing how this huge rock comes down out of the sky and all of these people
they said
die.
the rock
And
came down, didn't they say that his he put his stick into the water and it turned into blood?
when you said that a meteor came down, because that's different from what you're saying now, because now you're saying, well, he poked the water and the water turned red.
No,
That's
I
not
said
what you.
no. I didn't say the meteor turned water into blood. I said one of the actions that he did turn water into blood. Meteors falling down. I didn't say the meteor
No, that's not what you
hit
said.
water turning into blood. Yeah, I
That's
did.
not
I
what you
said
said.
the water
You said
turned to blood. I said the
meteors
water.
came down, water turned
Yeah.
to blood, and I said, okay, well, if meteors are coming down and water is turning to blood, and this is descriptive words, descriptive phrases that a meteor is going to come down and hit the earth, and a lot of people are going to lose their life, and a lot of that blood is going to go into the nearby waterways, and those waterways are going to turn to blood. So I've just explained the descriptive phrase from that passage. Now, since I've explained the descriptive phrase from that passage, now we're looking at. I utilized the metaphor from the meteorologist, and I said, well, if a meteorologist in 2024 was to make that prediction, and that actually was to have happened, then the question is that a wrath of the meteorologist? And you had said yes. And I said that makes no sense because a meteorologist can't make the meteor come down.
No, I said
And
is
then I
is that
also asked you if I made a statement that
I
if you
asked
didn't follow my
you.
instructions, that if you got ran over by a car because you didn't follow my instructions, would that be my wrath? And you said yes. And I said that still makes no sense because I have no control over the car running you over. And you said that because my wrath was a threat, that threat carried out was my wrath. And I said, no, technically, the closest thing to wrath is if I said I was going to put a hit out on you and then I paid for a hitman and then the hitman took you out. But technically, it would be the wrath of the hitman. But since I was indirectly involved in the hitman being there because I paid the hitman to be there, that could be misperceived as my wrath that the hitman carried out. But that would be the closest thing to wrath. But when I say that a rock is gonna smack Miami, and a rock smacks Miami, is that my wrath? And then you're going back to this burning bush, and you're going back to what Moses said, and how this other person that is not Moses claimed that he was going to do something, and then it happened, and you're claiming that that is wrath. So
Okay.
I'm trying to get you to
So
explain
first,
it.
for the first thing about the meteorologist, I didn't even give you an answer for that. I asked you if is he threatening, saying that the meteor was coming down, or was he warning the people? You didn't really give me an answer for that. And you asked me, was is that really much of a distance? I said yes, there is a big difference. Because if someone threatens you by um, by telling you what's going to happen instead of you heeding the warning or just ignoring him all completely, that's someone's wrath. Or
But
if he
how?
warns you, just hold on. If he warns you, telling you that, hey, if you don't leave, he's giving you a warning that if you don't leave, you may die because a meteor is coming down and it's on its way to that exact position, and you stay there and not listening to heeding the person's warning about the meteorite, and you get smacked in the face. That's not a wrath. That's just someone warning you about a potential outcome. But someone's giving you a definite warning, or using that meteor as a threat to make sure something bad happens to you if you do not listen to what they say. Yes, that is someone's wrath. Now, for the
I think you're getting the concept of wrath versus manipulation confused.
Nah, not really. It just depends on people's perspective. Now,
no, wrath would be me specifically directly doing something to you so that you would be negatively impacted. That's wrath. And then you have the construct that a second party is going to have a third party action that is going to end up negatively impacting the first party person, and you're going to say that that is wrath. And I am telling you that that is different. If I made a threat that if I point up at the sky that you get struck by lightning, if I point up at the sky and you get struck by lightning, how is that my wrath? I can't control the lightning. I was just very accurate about my claim. I made an alleged threat. But my accuracy is not wrath.
Hold on, let me explain. When you said, "Oh, hey, I'm pointing you're going to get hit by lightning," you didn't show them any malice intent. You didn't do it.
So I'm telling you that is the alleged threat, that I'm going to point into the sky and you're going to get struck by lightning. And I pointed to the sky, and you get struck by lightning.
It doesn't count as a threat. It's just like you saying you're gonna get hit. But if you say, "By the power vested in me, I will use the power of the sky to shoot lightning at you."
Okay, so I'm gonna hold up my trusty stylus pen, and for the power of Grayskull, I'm gonna point it to the sky, and you're gonna get struck by lightning. Now, still the concept is the same. And if you get struck by lightning because of that, or not because of that, if you get struck by lightning after I go through those semantics, is it my wrath?
Yes,
because I still can't control the lightning.
Of Grayskull,
I still can't control the lightning.
I have the power to strike you.
But I don't control. I control where.
That's your wrath.
I control where this pin goes. I do not control the lightning. So if the lightning comes down and strikes you while I'm waving this pin pointed at the sky, how is it my wrath?
Like smack you with it. You smacked them with it.
But I'm not even smacking anything with it because I'm waving a stylus pin in the air. So how is it my wrath?
You shouted out, "By the power of Grayskull, yada yada, I will hit you with lightning."
My wrath is my direct action on you. Wishing bad juju on you is not my wrath, bro.
Towards me, I'm going to strike you with lightning.
Okay, that is not wrath. It's a threat. That's not wrath. That's not wrath at all. It's a form of manipulation.
I said, you will feel my wrath. Boom! You got hit by lightning.
Oh, if you will feel my wrath and you got hit by a sledgehammer, that makes sense because I hit you with a sledgehammer. But if I say that you're going to feel my wrath and I'm going to have you trampled by 1,000 horses and you decide to go to the zoo when somebody lets out the horses and you get run over by the horses, that is a sequence of circumstantial events. I am not directly responsible.
Curse the person.
Curse the person. So now you have to make the ideology that curses in this construct are real.
Well, are ghosts real?
Are they?
Probably.
And then if a curse is real, and then you're going to look at the curse being real, and then you have to look at who has the power to put curses on people. Can anybody put a curse on anybody, or is it just specific people?
That depends on what requirements. Well, first you got.
Well, what are the requirements?
take a piece of your hair or put any article of clothing, wrap it around the doll, and say some weird incantations, and boom, you got yourself a voodoo doll and curse somebody.
Okay,
Probably
so that's
stab
a
them.
that's a voodoo doll kind of thing. So how does that get you trampled by horses?
They could put it by a horse. Get trampled by a horse, maybe.
So I have to make this voodoo doll for 1,000 horses. So I had to make 1,000 voodoo dolls to get 1,000 horses to trample me.
No, you get the single voodoo doll that has your article going to say what's going to happen to that person, and probably may happen to that person.
Probably.
I don't know how voodoo works.
So okay, so now we're getting somewhere here. So the fear of the unknown leads people to misconstrued sequence of circumstantial events that then is misperceived as wrath. Now that we've gotten that part understood, guy tripping on shrooms, staring at a bush on fire, not necessarily having a bush on fire, but if he was cold, he's out there in the desert and he set this cactus on fire. That's a bush on fire.
Us say that he was tripping on shrooms.
I don't really care. I'm sitting over here going off of not so much so philosophical constructs, but philosophical constructs nonetheless that are supposed to be analyzing the difference between good and evil, right and wrong, and plus or minuses inside of social expectations. Because when you actually delve into a philosophical mindset of morality, you're dealing with what society accepts versus what society doesn't accept. And when you have more than one society, it is up to the subjectiveness of the society that you exist in, which is where the phrase "when in Rome, do what the Romans do" comes from. So just because it is socially acceptable here in the United States doesn't mean that it's socially acceptable in another country. You have other countries where dying with honor is socially acceptable. So you would get your head chopped off because you're trying to maintain honor for your family, where getting your head chopped off for anything other than a judgment for a crime is unacceptable in our society. So they have other countries where the suicide is promoted as an honorable act. So if you die by your own hand to prevent from living a life of shame, which would shame your family, that is considered acceptable in some countries. But suicide in the United States is frowned upon. So it's almost criminalized. If you don't succeed, they sometimes institutionalize you. So they incarcerate you for attempting to end your own life. And while some countries it is acceptable, you have the Western religion that says that suicide is a sin. But it doesn't say it anywhere in the Bible. So now we're circling back to the fact that it doesn't say it anywhere in the King James Bible that we have readily access to, that thou shalt not take his own life. But you will assume that if thou shalt not kill anyone, including himself. But then that also means that you shouldn't kill any animals, you shouldn't kill grass, you shouldn't kill bugs. But we do all of that stuff. So, I mean, if we violate thou shalt not kill on a regular basis, especially when we get that can of Raid and start spraying all those bugs that did us nothing, how is that bug's life weighted against a human life? Are we bad people for killing insects?
Those are one of the situations where my statement says it goes depending on the winner. We kill the bug. Well, hold on. We kill the bug. Do you feel will people care about that bug? Does the bug have a life story? Does it have a bug's life?
But if it does, are you a bad person?
Morally speaking, if it's sentient, we judge things that, like, if it can prove it's sentient.
Does it have to prove its sentientness? Because
does the fly have feelings, or is it just buzzing around aimlessly for no particular reason?
So just because you can't,
questionable.
So you can't sense its feelings. So you're not answering any of the questions. So you can't sense its feelings. So does it have to have feelings for you to?
But you want to do a quick question. But to answer,
I mean, it's a yes or no question, and you're like, well, it depends. It depends. No, it doesn't. Well, it's either good or bad.
I'll tell
It
you
doesn't
my
depend.
answer, but in general, it does depend. But in general, answer, in my opinion, no, because it's not. Who's gonna miss the fly?
Okay, so in that scenario, if a homeless guy that has no family gets killed, is that a bad thing? Nobody's
Yes.
gonna miss him. Why?
Because we still that, like I said, that person
Nobody's
was
gonna
alive,
miss him.
even though
The bug
doesn't
was
matter.
alive.
Bug didn't have no thought process.
How not? The bug know where to go, what to do. It
The
ate.
bug could, but if it knew where it goes, it wouldn't be buzzing around people's ears, annoying
How would you
people.
figure? How would you figure?
It's still bug. You'll see a fly bug going back and forth, back and forth. Do you know where it wants to go? Do you know if it wants to go
Just
outside
because we don't know what its
or
agenda is doesn't change the fact that the bug has an agenda.
you don't know? It doesn't even know it doesn't even know what an agenda is.
We don't know what its agenda is, but the bug has an agenda.
You don't know that.
How do you not? How do you figure?
Do you know? Do you know what it's thinking? What it wants? What's its agenda?
Well, you're trying to spin it now because the fact is you're going to say that if I personally don't know what the bug's
No,
agenda is,
because
that the bug
you
doesn't
say
have an
that
agenda.
it has an agenda. If we don't know what it's, you say if we don't know what it's thinking, but it still has an agenda. How you know it has an agenda if you don't know what it's
Well,
thinking?
okay, so now you're going to say that the that if you don't know what its agenda is, it doesn't have an agenda.
Does it have an agenda? Do you know what it is?
Do I have to know what it is for it to have an agenda?
Yes.
Okay, so I have to know what the agenda is in order for me to accept the fact that it has an agenda. Now, if it doesn't have an agenda, is its life less significant than something that does have an agenda?
Yes.
Okay, so the homeless guy that got murdered, you don't know what his agenda was. He doesn't have an agenda from what you can observe because he's homeless and he's just wherever he is, and he loses his life. Is that a bad thing?
Yes.
Now, how is it a bad thing
Because
for?
it actually does have an agenda. He goes, garbage
Oh,
can by
but
garbage can,
you don't know that.
looking for food. Each day is a new because he wants to live. He's still
Okay,
alive.
so
He's
the
still searching for food,
so the
and
bug so the bug doesn't want to live.
it doesn't want to if it wants to hang around with you.
Well,
Hang around
the
in your
homeless
ear.
guy doesn't want to if he wants to hang around where the person that takes his life is. Wouldn't you say it's fair to say that?
I can't hear you. Sorry, say that one more time.
Wouldn't it be fair to say that the homeless guy didn't want to live if he was hanging around a person that took his life?
So like he hang around somebody. Like
I mean, you continue to change the scenario.
no,
So
I
the
did.
bug was the
I
bug
didn't
is
hear you.
existing.
I
The
legit did not hear your question. So
the bug in its existence. You said that bug's life was insignificant because you
yeah,
didn't know what that bug's agenda was. A homeless person in its existence, you're saying his life is significant, and you are trying to assume what his agenda was, but you don't know what his agenda was. The same way you didn't know what the bug's agenda was. They're both still living things. And you're saying that the human's life is more valuable, in your opinion, than the bug's life.
yes.
Right. Now that's subjective. Because technically, if a life is not supposed to be lost unnecessarily, a life is not supposed to be lost. Doesn't matter what life it is. And then you would have to define what is necessity. If you're talking about the sake of survival, like food, then you might have to end the life of an animal to eat it if that is allowed, because when thou shalt not kill, it didn't say thou shalt not kill unless you're hungry. And then if thou can kill if he's hungry, if you kill a human and you eat it like Hannibal Lecter, are you a bad person? Because it is substance. What's the difference between a human and a cow when you're having lunch? I'm going to ask that question again while you're thinking about it. What is the difference between you eating a human burger like Hannibal Lecter or eating a cow burger?
Because no one's going to miss the cow. Someone's going to miss the human.
Not if that human was homeless and had no family. Who's going to miss him?
So people that take care of homeless people. Who takes care of cows? Probably farmers, but they send them off
people water. So people who take care of cows, they're not going to miss the cow.
If they're not going to miss the cow, they wouldn't have sold the cow.
So if they sell the cow, they're not going to miss the cow. But if nobody's buying a house for this homeless guy, then how is somebody caring more for the homeless guy than the person who was taking care of the cow and then sold it?
Because let's say that someone actually went out there and cared for the homeless guy. They made sure that they see him every day, provide them food, give him some fresh clothes that he can wear, so he doesn't have to wear the same raggedy ass clothes.
Now, what about that homeless guy that nobody does anything for?
They'll still miss him, or they will still. Some people would care that he got killed.
How would you figure?
Or die on the street, because someone's gonna pick up someone's gonna report the body. Let's say a homeless person just straight up dies, and someone walks over and see that he's dead. They call law enforcement or an ambulance to save his life or to pack him up.
So you're coming from a morally and ethical perspective of how the scenario will play out.
I'm talking about because let's say a cat dies on the street. No one's gonna really care about the cat dying on the street. They just leave it.
Are you sure? So what about somebody who picks that cat up and tries to take it to the vet and save its life?
No, they won't try to save it because it's
how you figure that people do that? People actually pick up stray animals.
Split in half.
Well, if it's dead and it's cut in half, then it's too late. So back to the homeless guy that is dead and cut in half.
That's why I said dead. I didn't
say the homeless guy that
sort of lie. He was dead.
So the homeless guy that is dead, that is cut in half, that has no family. You're saying that somebody will miss him, but the cat. But how are they patching him up? He's already dead. He's already dead. How are they trying to patch him up? He's already dead. He's not dying. I never gave you a scenario.
I said they're gonna pack him up. Meaning they're gonna put him in a box, either to cremate him or somebody would actually be willing to bury him.
Oh yeah, so you're still coming from a moral, ethical of hypothetical everybody's moral scenario, everybody's ethical scenario, and I'm coming from no, actually, truly, in our society, so a body could be laying on the ground for days and nobody know about it. There are some times where a Karen might show up and just call the police on random stuff, and then that turns into a crime scene. And those bodies end up in our society. So somebody that's rejected by our society, the same way that cow that got sold off by the farmer, and that person is turned into a human burger versus the cow burger. And I asked you what was the difference between the two, and you said, well, the homeless guy would be valued by somebody. But how is that? Is that how is the human supposed to be valued more than the cow?
Because he lived longer than the cow.
Because he lived longer than the cow. So because of God, so the lifespan of a live being determines its value.
If you're trying to compare it with another being, yeah.
So that means that a being with a shorter lifespan doesn't have as much value.
Yes, because society always measures people's worth by what they can contribute to that society.
Okay, so that means that a toddler is worthless.
Huh?
That means that a toddler is worthless.
If they presume it as it's not going to bring worth, then yeah, it can be
No,
useless.
not presume that it's not going to. You said that the lives are judged based on their contribution. A toddler has a short lifespan, hasn't been there for very long, and it doesn't contribute anything besides poop. So that would make it worthless, would it not?
No, because toddlers don't count
How? So
because
so so now
like
now
you
certain
said,
lives don't
no,
count.
no, 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 because the toddler just came into this world, and you don't know what the if we're talking about Spartan rules, they will look at and examine the baby, and if the baby didn't look like it has the proper
Okay, but
standards
we're
for
not talking
motherhood.
about Spartan rules. We're talking
No,
about
no,
modern
no, no,
society.
because you asked me a question, I'm going to answer it. Now, it's Spartan rules. If the baby did not meet up to standards, yeah, they dropped them because that's how their society worked.
No, but that's
Now, if we're
Spartan. That's
talking,
TV. That's not right
now,
now.
yeah, but now I'm going to talk about ours today's society. We don't know what a child's worth because we want to raise it and nurture it to grow so it can show some value to help contribute society. Maybe give it a government. It will do a government job, or
All right,
it will just
speculation.
probably so people will still have expectations for it.
Okay, so the cow eats the grass, which keeps the grass at a regulated level. The cow manure grows the crops, which aids with the farming, and the cow's manure that grows the crops allows the crops to be sold off to provide food for the entire United States. And you're saying that the cow is not valued as much as the baby or the homeless guy who doesn't contribute to its society.
The baby just came out.
Okay,
The cow already is fully grown. Now, if we
is it?
compare
I didn't say that it was.
a baby human and a baby cow,
and
who's gonna
and,
have
and you're which one's more significant?
depends on the person that sees the value.
I'm
Now,
I'm talking to you
for
about
me,
your value. I'm not talking about
now if
hypothetically.
it's just me, and if you're asking me just who I pick over a baby or a cow, I'll pick the cow
Why?
because it's a cow.
So
I can just raise it up to be give me what I need without complaining. Baby's gonna complain.
okay, now if the cow is more valuable to you, then what is your opinion on cow burgers versus human burgers? Since the cow is more valuable,
Like people that are made out of humans and that they become burgers, or just or like cows that's just or human burgers that are made artificially.
okay, I'm going to say this one more time, really slowly, so that you understand it. Human meat burger, cow meat burger.
Which one I value more?
Yeah,
Cow burger.
what's the difference?
Cow burger is we ground up and we are used as food source.
Same thing.
Humans, who technically speaking, we probably would get sick more from a human burger than a cow burger.
No, we wouldn't.
We kind of would.
No, we wouldn't.
'Cause we eat many different things that's in our
It's
bodies, and
it's
they
called cannibalism for a reason. Meat is meat.
meat is meat, but you still can get sick from eating some
No,
meat
you
that
could
more artificial.
psychologically make yourself sick if you realize where the meat comes from, which is why in the Bible it says don't ask where the meat came from.
Yeah, and they also say don't eat if you're going to eat a human, don't eat its back the back parts of the human because that's where the contaminated diseases are. So
That's not altogether true. But you have in certain areas of Africa and Mexico where uh, people who are put to death are cut up into pieces and then sold in the meat market. So yeah, they
and
eat
that's
meat.
their society. That's how they take it as normal, or they just
No, it is normal. That I'm trying to tell you that sociologically, you have a scenario where you're looking at people eating meat and not dying. Okay, and you said that the homeless guy was more valuable than the fly, and I said, well, what about the homeless guy becoming a burger? Because the homeless guy is still substance. And then we compared the homeless guy being killed and turned into a burger versus the cow being killed and turned into a burger. And what is the difference
You're
there?
not going to get sick or that. Well, the homeless man did his part.
So there is no difference.
There's probably wouldn't be no difference now.
Okay. So then only killing unnecessarily would be the problem then, right?
No, it would be fall under what society counts as norm or just. Because you said before.
Well, no, because we weren't talking about society in that concept. We were talking about the thou shall not kill concept. Oh, I love the way his internet drops. Unless his phone died, that would be very entertaining to see. We're trying to come off of these concepts of good and evil here, and he should be back now, so he should be able to explain the concept that we're talking about here is morals and ethics. So in the morals and ethics, you were on the path of the Bible and suicide and murder being a sin, but we were talking about how Moses, who was a killer, you're saying that he turned over a new leaf, but he still was killing people while he was saving the Jews. And then you're still on the concept of well, if he won, then he was right. Well, you still haven't determined like what defines the winner in social engagement. And then we kind of boiled that story all the way down to the significance of life and the construct. Because when you start talking about a sentient being, I mean, humanoids are not sentient beings. We are conscious beings, but we're not sentient beings. And then you're going into this scenario of the value of life, and you're now saying that a fly's life is not as valuable as a human's life, and a human's life is more or less valuable than a cow's life, but you're going to say that a baby's life is not as valuable as a cow's life, and but the baby's life has potential future value, but you're saying that a life is based off of its current contribution, so and its current lifespan, and a 2-year-old has only been around for 2 years and has not contributed as much. But a cow that has been around for 14 years, that has been contributing to the food and nutrients of human life for the last at least 13 years, you're saying that the cow probably would be more valuable than the child. And I say, okay, well, what about the difference between the homeless guy and the cow? If we're saying, well, is it really a sin if you're eating the human? Because that's where we got on this, is that eating the human is a sin. You kill the human and you turn him into a burger. Is that a sin? If you kill the cow, you turn the cow into a burger. So is it a sin to eat the human? Well, no. Is it a sin to kill the human if you're eating the human as substance? Because that is the difference between, like, is it a sin to kill a fly? Because if you're not supposed to kill, because thou shalt not kill, and you kill the fly because the fly is annoying you, not because it's endangering your safety or anything like that. You're just killing the fly because it's in your house or hovering around your person. And your statement about the fly was that the fly had it coming because the fly was hovering around you and you were going to kill it. So, I'm telling you, the homeless person has nowhere else to go. He's just like there, and somebody decides, all right, we're going to turn him into meat burgers, human burgers. And now we have human burgers on the table and people are eating them for substance, survival, and is killing a human wrong if he's eaten after the fact. Versus killing a fly who did nothing to you. Versus killing a cow who also did nothing to you. Which one is ethical and which one is not? Or hold on, which one is a sin and which one is not? Because that was what we were talking about. Which one of those was a sin? Killing and eating a human, killing a fly for no reason other than it annoyed you, and killing and eating a cow. Which one of those is a sin?
All of them. They will all count as sins because, like you said, in the first one, in the first 12 commandments, technically thou shalt not kill, and we're killing to, even though we have a reason for that killing, we're still killing, taking a life, which is technically a sin. That's why people say everyone's a sinner or everyone sins every day, but people want to classify it and put it into levels of, oh, you killed you, let's say you killed a dog. How did you kill the dog? Did you run it over on purpose or did you didn't see it by accident? If you did by accident, oh well, it happens. Let's move on. And now, but if you kill a dog just for no freaking reason, you're committing animal cruelty and you should be burned on the stake.
Okay, so accidentally killing the dog is socially acceptable, but deliberately killing the dog and then making tacos out of it is socially unacceptable.
Depending on the society, yeah.
No, we're talking about the society that you live in.
Mm-hmm. Because that's really what it comes down to, how people see that situation. That's why I said.
No, I'm picking a specific society so that you have the ability to make that analogy specifically.
Go ahead,
the difference is in your society that you live in. The difference between accidentally running over a dog and deliberately killing a dog and turning it into a number 6 chalupa with extra cheese and nacho Bel Grande. Not pointing out any specific company, but you now have tacos. I'm asking you, is that wrong? Is that a sin?
Before I answer that, you sure that's not a specific company? Because that was oddly specific.
I'm going. Okay, so I can ask you. Well, what happens? The difference between accidentally killing a cat versus catching a cat and then turning that cat into egg rolls.
I really think you're pointing out so specific.
I'm pointing out the difference between unnecessary death versus necessary death in your construct of what you believe is morally and ethically right versus a sin or not a sin, because the religion was utilized as the moral foundation of people's ethics, or the core foundation of people's morals and ethics. So when you think about what we consider good or bad in the United States, in Western society, it typically stems from those 12 commandments, or the 10 commandments actually, that we see in the Bible. You're not supposed to. It's 10 commandments. There is in the book there, in the King James book that you can Google on your computer. There are supposedly 10 commandments. Now, there is a possibility that you can Google how many more commandments did exist, but allegedly the whole imagery of the guy holding up the stone tablets, commandments on one side and commandments on the other side, is that he had like 10 commandments. And whether he started with 10 and ended up with 150, or if he just had 10, is never discussed. But those core 10 are usually emphasized in our laws, and they're manifested in our social construct. The expectation of honor thy father and thy mother, that be obedient children, do not covet thy neighbor's wife, means that you're not supposed to have an affair. The go through the 10 Commandments. Like a lot of there are some actually in there that I do believe that are telling you how you are supposed to treat each other.
Okay.
It's an outline.
Actually, let's see. Oh, I thought it was gonna be more descriptive, but here's one. Some that were part of. Thou shalt not have no other gods before me. Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image. Or thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain. So we can technically, it's a sin if we say, "Oh my,"
Yeah,
or that's technically a sin, but I don't think anyone would really was following that.
I don't think anybody gives a two hoots about that. But
Remember,
the garnishing is would be wouldn't what say that again about the image?
let's see. Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image. And the person that wrote this, anything you worship more than God is a graven image. So if you praise your car more than God, then you committing a sin, a graven image.
Well, if you idolize the images of him, such as pictures and statues and trinkets and pendants and uh, other such jewelry like rosaries and other such, you're doing the exact same thing. You're not even supposed to uh, worship the image
Oh, so
of.
actually broke down the sixth commandment, thou shalt not kill. So you can kill an animal. You can kill you can kill flies as long as they don't have no like personality or a actual face.
That is an uncouth. That is the furthest thing from the truth. If you go into the Old Testament, they tell a story about a guy who had killed a bug, and then the Jesus had smited him, and then after that, you have I do believe the Buddhist culture where they actually sweep the ground to move the bugs out of the way because in that particular passage, that no life, no matter how small, is insignificant. So if you read the Old Testament of the same Bible, that the fly that we have been talking about
I
has the
wonder if they
same
say
value of
commandments. They
the
said,
fly that we've been talking about in these scenarios has the same magnitude of value of life as the homeless guy, that has the same magnitude of value of life as the cow, that has the same magnitude of value of life as the baby. So if you eat a human, it is equivalent to eating a cow, which is equivalent to killing a fly, which is equivalent to abortion. It's all the same. Thou shalt not in the commandments, but we do.
sorry.
So morally and ethically, are we monsters? Are we evil? Because you
Well,
when you're on a
if
you,
we're really following what the sixth commandment, thou shalt not kill, they meant that the murderer and those who cooperate voluntarily in murder to commit a sin that cries out to heaven for vengeance. So
so
if we
only
if we're
murdering
following
for vengeance. So murder for vengeance is the only murder that is not allowed.
yeah, I guess so. Murder for vengeance. They said the sixth commandment forbids direct or an intentional killing as gravely sinful. So if the
So
reason
killing
why the
something on
fly,
purpose is
if
gravely
someone
sinful.
kills a fly and doesn't show any direct or intentional intent, then it's not murder, and you did not technically kill it. It's just the
Right.
fly.
But if you hit it with a fly swatter, if you hit it with a shoe, if you spray it with Raid, that's intentional. So that's murder.
So yeah, those are that. Then that technically that would be murder. But if you just fly away, it just happens to hit your hand, it's not murder. Or like you kill a dog, but you didn't have no bad intentions to it. You just want to make eat tacos. or hamburgers, then that's not murder. Or if you
Okay, so
go
then
get
if you kill a
what's on
human and then you try to make him into ribs, smoked ribs.
if you didn't bring any attention to it, like he slept with your daughter, or uh
So
he just
no
no
vengeance related.
intentional, there is no direct, because this is coming from the commandment. If it's not direct or intentional, that's not murder.
Well, hold on. If it's not direct or intentional, because if you're intentionally killing something, that's intentional.
I mean, I guess probably.
No, if you're
I mean, like,
intentionally,
it's like, you're
if you're
kind of like
killing it,
guiding. You're not really cutting him up per se. You're just like guiding him to the meat grinder.
no, I mean you're deliberately, that's intentional, deliberately ending this person's life. Whether you do it for food or whether, so if there's no malice intent behind the murder, you're saying that the murder is acceptable. So no hard feelings is just business. Suge Knight.
I feel like everything is intentional with him and not
So
business.
so uh military orders. It's I'm just following instructions.
That's not murder.
So uh that one civilian that just did it, like random strangers.
And here's about the animals. Killing an animal for food, clothing, self-defense, defense of domestic animals, property, etc., is not sinful because causing suffering isn't the goal of the act. So, if you kill an animal, it's not sinful if you're doing
Okay,
one of those things for
okay,
food,
so
for
so that
clothing,
means
for
if you end the human's life, so you take the homeless guy from the bus stop by the bus 6, pick him up and you take him over to the house, and then you take him with a painless death, like really take him out quickly, and then you take his corpse and you start turning him into burgers.
full Jeffrey Dahmer style deluxe package. Yeah, that's not murder.
Okay, so um,
Well,
you're
that's not sinful.
okay. So there is a difference between sin and crime.
Probably just straight up murdering someone does not technically count as sinful if you
Okay,
if
so
you're doing it
there's
for
no malice intent. So there's no malice intent, and you take that baby and you cut him up and turn him into baby back ribs and serve him up, and that's not sinful.
you make your food.
So, but it can still be a crime.
It can still be a crime for a public society, yeah.
So then a sin is not.
But technically speaking, don't we say an oath, one nation under God, and doesn't God oversee everything? So wouldn't that person, the court's decisions not matter because if God says that's not a sin?
But so that's an interesting question, because if the court's decision does not matter because God doesn't actually talk to the average everyday person. Nobody actually can say in this discussion or in the comment section that they've actually held a conversation with something that they couldn't see. Um, I mean, maybe somebody has, but I mean, they're not saying it in the comments right now. And
Or someone said
the
that he did talk to them, but
the
they
thing is that the concept that I'm trying to get to is that if the court system is going to overrule the religious construct and they're going to take justice into their own hands, then if they're going to end your life because you killed a bunch of people where you had no malice intent when you killed those people, then if you kill those people and that's not technically considered a sin, but they're killing you to get revenge on you for killing those other people, wouldn't the justice system be sinful?
Since you're from what the sixth commandment said, if you do an act that will lead to vengeful intentions, and you're going to kill someone because the justice system didn't prove effective.
No. I did not say that somebody else is going to kill someone because the justice system didn't prove effective. I'm saying that a serial killer gets caught. He was doing it because he just felt like it. He didn't have any malice intent behind it. He just did it. And the justice system collects him, and then judgment is that they will end his life. As vengeance, you're going to identify vengeance as justice, but an eye for an eye is revenge. It's revenge carried out by society, but it's still revenge. So, be that as it may, wouldn't the administrator of justice be the sin?
Technically, yes, because he's going to the person that you convicted looking for revenge. And like under the sixth commandment it says, you brought bad intentions, therefore you will receive a vengeful intent, which will cause a sin. So, technically speaking, yes, the justice system finds it as a sin. It's technically a sin.
Okay, so then if the serial killer was saving orphans, and that's why he was killing people, and then the justice system decides to eliminate the serial killer, is that was the serial killer a bad person?
If the serial killer's reasons was to save someone, that they, coming from my opinion, no,
I didn't
because
say that his intentions was to save someone. I said that he killed people for the sake of it. I said he just so happened to be saving orphans in the process of his
just
killing spree.
but he kills people just because it's the fun of it.
I can't say fun of it. I just said because he does. He just does. So there's no intention, no positive or negative intention the way. It's an
So he
action
just
that is carried out.
just kills someone, but it just so happens he saves some people.
Yes.
But he does it just for the fun of it. But he doesn't kill the kids.
I didn't say he does it for the fun of it because doing it for the fun of it has the intent of
I mean,
entertainment.
I'm sorry. He just walks up, kills someone. Oh
Yeah.
well,
You were alive. I walked up and now you're not alive.
yeah.
Moving on. And
But he
then as a
happened.
result,
But he
a
happened
bunch of
to.
orphans get rescued. Am I a
And
bad person? Would that make that serial killer a bad person?
no, since you didn't have no intentions. If you just did it just for out of random, no specific reason, be like Thanos, I'm going to kill half just cause, then that doesn't make you a bad person. That doesn't make you a good person either.
It doesn't make you a good person. So if you were trying to purify your country, and that required you to eliminate a group of people to cleanse the country, is that a noble cause? Since Thanos is being used, is that a noble cause?
To now is this cause you have the intention of purifying? This is something that you wanted to do, or that's the will of your nation?
Are you asking me, were you instructed by your nation, or are you just deciding this on your own?
Deciding this either or, which is like more. I need more detail into.
Did Thanos decide this on his own, or was this his nation's calling?
So are you saying that this person is Thanos, and in his?
No, I'm saying that this person is
mind,
performing the same action as Thanos.
okay, but does he doing it for his country, or he's just doing it for himself because he thinks that's the best course of action?
Well, did Thanos do it for his country, or did Thanos do it for himself?
He
Because it's
did
the
it for
exact same
himself.
scenario. So
He
he
did
did
it
it for
for himself
himself.
for the universe.
He did it for himself, not for the universe, or did he do it for the universe?
He did both. He
So,
did it for himself and do it for the universe.
so what would he gain from purifying the universe?
Having a grateful universe, and so you can sit and live in peace. I guess the reason for it was just straight up all strange. Now, if we're talking
So
about
is he
comic
morally,
book,
or is he in a positive moral or ethical stance for that?
so for Thanos' case, if we're talking about MCU version Thanos, then yes, because he has good intentions, but goes about it in a terrible, terrible way. Um,
So if you have good intentions and you carry them out in a terrible, terrible way, does that make you a bad person?
no,
Okay. So Hitler did a Thanos. I don't even have to ask. Hitler did a Thanos. But I'm gonna ask,
did he though?
is he morally and ethically right?
Technically, he really didn't do anything. The people that his acolytes did the stuff more than he did. He's just a guy that was just talking. The like, it's like
Is
the
he
media.
was he
Is he
morally
not?
or ethically right for even suggesting that that should occur?
What is it?
Is
Well,
he morally or ethically right for suggesting that that should occur?
that is since he's targeting a specific race. Thanos didn't target a specific race. He just
He's
did it all
targeted a
out of love.
specific species.
No, he didn't. He did everything. Everything that Thanos did was out of random. When he snapped his fingers, every species was going to be half. Hitler just picked a specific race and said, "We don't need them. Let's go ahead and exterminate them." So
Well,
now,
no, that's not true because in Germany at that time, half of the population or a majority of the
well, he
population were
picked
German, and the
anyone
other
that's
half
not
and
blonde hair or blue eyes.
and the other
Were
half
were
were Jews. So actually, he pulled a Thanos.
he didn't do it to betterment of the world. He did it for the betterment of Germany.
Right. So I localized this scenario to the country of Germany,
Which
and
he
he
still
performed a
picked.
Thanos.
Well, you wouldn't being a Jews wouldn't count as a race. It's more of a religion. He picked a specific religion and just killed them.
No, no. So Judaism is a religion. Jews are a race because Jews are a race of people from the Bible. They were not practicing Judaism. This was a captured
Well, if we're
culture.
being technical, people were saying those are not really actual Jews. They're saying we're the true Hebrews and Jews. So
We as in African American people from Egypt who were in the Bible in the freeing of the slaves situation with Moses.
pretty much,
Jews.
which is because Jesus was technically Jewish and Jesus was born in Africa,
Right.
which he was black.
So now you're saying that certain people cannot be hereditarily Jewish because of the color of his skin.
I'm saying that people saying that those are not the actual real Jews. But
because they practiced Judaism, because they were Jews, they were claimed to be Jews by race. Hitler did not go on a religious campaign. He went on a racial campaign. And he described this racial campaign by genetic traits that were activated by chromosomes and alleles, where recessive dominant traits made you stand out like a sore thumb. So if you
funny that he claims the specific traits as blonde hair, blue eyes, but he's not that, and people didn't point that out because he talked so well and say, "Oh, he's now a true person of the cause. Let's go ahead and take him out."
But I mean, you're not supposed to kill the messenger. So since he was the messenger, I mean, he called it out that you were saying that these sayings.
Who was the initial recipient of that's sending the message? Who's the original sender?
He's the original sender.
So he's not the messenger. He's the original sender.
How's he not? He created the message and he's sending it. So that doesn't make him a message. If that doesn't make him a messenger because
you're just the sender.
He's the sender of the message.
The messenger is the person that's in the middle that says, "Okay,
the
sender give it to the sender. The sender gives it to the messenger. Messenger goes give it to the recipient."
The sender is also the messenger when the sender is delivering the message.
What do you say so?
No, it's not. If I say so, it's a fact. A sender sends the message, and the messenger
can also be the messenger.
A sender sends the message, and a messenger delivers the message. That is two separate actions. So the sender of the message gives it to a second party, and that second party brings it to a third party. But if the first party brings it to the first party brings it to the third party, isn't the sender also the messenger?
No.
Why?
Because if he didn't send it to the initial person personally, then he's just a sender.
So if I bring you the mail, I am not delivering you the mail.
If you walked up and give me that mail and I take it from you, then you're a sender and a messenger.
And that's exactly what I just said.
But if you're a sender by giving out giving someone a paper, they mail it to help you mail it to the other person, you're giving up your right as the messenger. You're giving up basically.
So when this man stands up in front of hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people, and makes this and delivers this message to the people that are listening to him down below, he may have created this message originally, but he is now telling everybody, which is called delivering a message, what his constructs are. You're saying he is not the deliverer of the message.
He's the original sender.
And he's also delivering the message.
Then that still makes him the sender, not a messenger.
That makes him the deliverer of the message.
It depends on how he says it. Hey,
it doesn't.
I come to you as a messenger, or I come to you as a speaker.
No, you said that if I bring you a message, I am a messenger. If I create the message and give it to somebody else to bring it to you, I am the sender. But if I create the message and then I bring the message to you, you said that I am both the sender and the messenger. And when you said that, I said, okay.
You're using a third party because you're using.
I specifically said that there are two parties involved because the difference in the concept, according to what you've already explained, is that there's three parties involved. There's a sender, there's a deliverer, and there's a receiver. Now, in a two-party scenario that I explained to you, where instead of there being a middle person that delivers it, the person who creates the message delivers their message to the receiver. You said that that person who is delivering the message that they created to the receiver is the sender and the messenger, right?
Yes.
Okay, now back to Hitler. He created the message. He stood up on a balcony. He delivered the message to all the people down below that listen to him. He is the creator, and he's the sender and the deliverer of that message. Yes?
No.
Why not? How is that different?
Because, like you say, someone created that platform for him.
So he created the platform, and he's delivering the message. How is he not the sender and the deliverer?
He just he didn't create diddly squad. He just
okay. So he did not create the message. He's just delivering, which still makes him the deliverer of the message. I mean, if he didn't create the message, then he's still delivering the message. I mean, he's either the sender and the deliverer, or he's the deliverer.
Yeah, put a pot shot on his head and make it all and continue on with the right thing. Now we have a true pure nation, and let's keep on moving on. Get rid of the infidels, because you got an infidel right in front of you.
No, I mean, yeah, as I said before, you're not supposed to kill the messenger. And he was the messenger. Because according to you, he did not create that construct. He just delivered it to the people. The message was that if you're not Super Saiyan, that you can't be here.
If you're not Super Saiyan, you can't be.
All the Super Saiyans had blonde hair and blue eyes.
Yeah, that's not that part.
Even the black guy was blonde hair and blue eyes.
What black guy?
Oob.
Oob?
Yeah.
He doesn't turn Super Saiyan.
Yeah, he like glows and blonde hair and blue eyes. And...
No.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. Even a black guy.
He just changed his clothes.
Oh man, hey, look, Dragon Ball Z is putting all kinds of minorities in there because of affirmative action. So many, and the point of the matter is that blonde hair, blue eyes, Super Saiyan. So, since everybody's got to be a Super Saiyan in order to be here.
Yellow. There's a big difference.
Huh?
I said that dude. That's not blonde. That's yellow.
Well, I mean, they don't have a blonde crayon. Crayola did not do blonde, as far as I know. They may have. I could be wrong, but because I mean, they have like 200,000 colors for. Like they have a million shades of one color. I don't understand how you do that. Accidentally spill some bleach, and all of a sudden it's magenta. Out of here.
But
so, moral and ethics. We're sitting here trying to deliberate because you say that it's sometimes it's moral and ethical, and other times it's just a sin. So, is the person good or bad when they're performing those actions? So when we use the Thanos thing, and you said that Thanos was good for his decision, you're saying Hitler is not good for his decision, but Hitler and Thanos made the same decision.
Yeah,
they were both
meaningful.
Hitler's wasn't meaningful.
His was targeting just a specific race.
Like his was targeting a group of people inside of his phone. And actually, you have to understand that
he did his out of random.
You have to understand that
that showed no prejudice, nor malice, nor general hate towards
you have to understand that Germany was not successful in World War I, but had they been, that concept would have spread beyond Germany.
And that would have been the new norm, and they would be technically counted as the winners. But they didn't.
But so if they would have won, then they would have been right.
Yeah, because think about it. If we lost, we would have to be follow their religion and their laws. if they won.
So then
And who would be
morals and
crucially
ethics are subject to the winner.
yeah.
So that means that you are only morally and ethically right if you win.
Yeah.
So how do you determine if you've won?
When there's no one else to compete against you.
How do you know when you're competing?
When you started it.
When you started what?
Whatever situation you wanted to race in.
How do you know that you're in a race?
Are there people standing next to you helping you win? Or are
Are
there
the people
people
standing next to you
standing
helping
against
you?
you and letting trying to block you from achieving your goals?
Are there people standing against you?
Oh, there's always people standing against me.
So then are you winning?
Yeah, I'm winning.
Okay, so that means that if you kill people, you're winning. And you're morally and ethically right for killing people.
I will not admit nor deny those claims on his.
I mean, constructually, you're saying that all you have to do to be morally and ethically right is to win, which means that you just have to consider yourself the winner, which means that you have to Beyonce yourself the Emmys, and all of a sudden you've won.
I mean, it worked for her. She's rich and famous.
Not before she got that. Well, she got the fame before she got the trophy. But you're saying that if you get the trophy, you're morally and ethically right.
She got the trophy at the end of the day.
So Project
So that doesn't have to
2025
make her right.
eliminated everybody in your household, then because we have a better country, would you say that you won?
Say it one more time.
I said if Project 2025 eliminated everybody in your household, but we ended up with a better country as a result of that, would you say that you won?
From their perspective, yeah.
From your perspective.
From my perspective, we won. If I
Yeah,
sided with, that depends. Was I on side Project 2025?
it happened. So
It,
since it
it
happened,
happened, but
did you
was
win?
I on the side that wanted it to happen?
Did you win? It happened. Did you win?
But was I on the side of it?
It happened. Did you win?
No,
Okay.
because I was not side with it.
Okay. So when people are in experiencing a situation, the experience that they're having is not, it becomes their situation. And if it's not favorable to them, they don't agree with it. Now, if it's not favorable to them, then you would assume that they're what, the victim of this particular construct.
Yes.
So John Q was a victim. Even so does that make his actions right?
If he did what he needed to do and they still didn't give him the result, and he had to go through all of that just so he
So
can
because
say
he didn't get his way, then
yes.
it's gonna make it. It's gonna make him
Because at
right.
the end of the day, what happened? He was found
If,
not guilty on 2 accounts and guilty on 1 account, and he only spent in jail for what, probably like a week. People making parades saying he's a hero.
for
So
killing
the
himself.
so like I said, society chose him as the victor, and he came out victorious because
And for a number of years, Germany
he saved
declared
his
Hitler
son.
the victor.
People didn't truly persecuted him, and he was going to walk away scot free technically.
And
So yeah,
and
you could say
and
that it was a clear dry win.
and people declared Hitler the same way for a number of
But
years.
on his
Does it?
on the opposite side, the world would say, "Oh yes, this guy's a terrible person, and he doesn't have no factual beliefs." But if we talk about people if you ask a person in Germany, that during that time and era, they say he's a great man. He will do noble and great things. I think he is right.
So how do you determine the difference between the good and evil and right and wrong if it is subjective to the cultures as well as being subjective to religion?
That's why I say
And then
it's
it's subjective to your
whoever.
own personal concepts, because you don't even have a linear concept on right and wrong and good and evil.
That's why I say it only goes to the right to the winners. Well, if they had won the war, beaten everyone, they would technically claim to be right because
I mean, I think you're
they're
using
the
the
one
definition
there
of how
to.
history is written as opposed to validating somebody's
Okay,
morality and
so let's
ethics.
talk about our own history. What do we fought in? Let's see, God knows how many wars. First off, we kicked out the Indians and made their land ours. Even though they complain about it, it's still ours now because we're the victors, and what we say is right, and they have to follow our laws now. Partially, we gave them. We later in history say we feel bad. We give you some of your land back, not all of it, because we won, and there's nothing you can do about it. And then, lo and behold, later people wanted to say that slavery is wrong. Other people say slavery was right. So we fought civil war.
Um,
It
I
was
mean, you're
about
going through a whole historical
people
sequence of
say
events,
that
but you're not.
slavery is. So people say that civil war wasn't about slavery, but it was. It was about slavery.
It wasn't.
It was,
It
and
wasn't.
it was. I don't care
It
if you
wasn't.
believe in it. I don't care. I don't care. I don't. It
I know
was
you
or
don't.
wasn't. I
It
say it
wasn't.
was. I don't
It
care.
wasn't.
I don't care. You can say that all you want. I don't
No,
care.
it's the truth. Historical. Go
I
do your
don't.
research. You got a laptop. You can do your research.
No, you
The
need
war
to. I don't care.
the
I
war
don't
was
care.
the war
I'm
was
just
the war
making a
was
point.
the war
I
was well,
don't.
you're gonna make an incorrect assessment. Now you can
No,
say that
no,
you
I
don't
don't care.
believe
I
you
don't care.
believe that it was based off of
I
racism, but it
don't
wasn't
believe
based off
in
of racism.
anything you're just. I don't
The
care.
just like North Korea and South Korea are battling over control because there was a democracy in the South that was not recognized by the North. The United States had a division of authority where the northern United States, where the original colonies were, and the southern United States, that was a different authority, a different governmental authority at the time, did not agree with one another. And the free labor workforce in the South was uh, a construct that the South wanted to maintain, and control over the entire United States under one government is what the North wanted to maintain. And then utilizing the structure of freeing the slaves is the platform that Abraham Lincoln and other presidents during the war utilized in order to strengthen their numbers, in order to overpower the South with strength in numbers. Because, I mean, half of the war was to multiple races of people versus the other half of the war was primarily one race of people. So with whites and blacks coming from the north and just whites coming from the south, with maybe a few free slaves in the war from the south, you had more people in the north where the south was overpowered by manpower. It wasn't about slavery. You had a divide in the government because of some people thinking that slavery was incorrect, the same way some people think war is incorrect. But the war didn't start because of slavery. The war started because they wanted to conquer the South of America and have it under one government. The same way that we took over Afghanistan for the oil. We didn't go over there to protect ourselves from blowing up big buildings. We blow up big buildings all the time, sometimes without even a permit. We went over there to get their oil and we got it. And then we spent $13 million a week rebuilding their country after we destroyed it. It wasn't because we were defending ourselves from a terrorist act. It was because we wanted the resources that they had. That is the United States way, is that we will pick a fight with the less dominant person because we want what they have, and we will take it from them by force if they don't voluntarily give it to us or sell it to us for a reasonable price. Capitalism. It wasn't about slavery. That is in your American history, and you can Google that. And Abraham Lincoln, who had the most slaves, or not the most slaves. He had a large quantity of slaves. Didn't treat his slaves any better and didn't free his slaves. And also, if you go and look at the Devil's Punch Bowl, I think it's what it was called, was a concentration camp that refugee slaves were taken. And you also have that particular concept where those people were given that choice of either joining the Northern Army or being eliminated because they were not refugees, they were runaway slaves. And runaway slaves, they were supposed to be either returned to their owners or put to death. So kind of ran out of options. So they were actually forced into the military to fight for their country or lose their life at the Devil's Punch Bowl. So no, it wasn't really about slavery. It was about conquering another authoritarian figure so that you could have everybody under your control, which is the same way that the Pilgrims conquered the Indians, whether that was on purpose originally or accidental with the smallpox. They conquered the Indians to take the land that they had and turn it into a country. So since they won, they were considered right for what they did. But if it would have been the other way around and somebody was to enter your house without your authority and eliminate everybody in your house, and now they commandeer your house, are they right for that? Most people would say no, but we were right for coming to take over the country. And the North was right for taking over the South. And we justify the North taking over the South because the people that were enslaved, that were grossly mistreated, were no longer enslaved and no longer grossly mistreated. But that just because the ends may have justified the means, does that make it right what they did? Because, I mean, you have to understand that 1800s, 1700s, when two tribes warred with one another for whatever reason, the losing tribe would be taken hostage and became slaves. Servants. So that happened in Vikings, it happened with Indians, it happened with African tribes. It was a common thing. It only became like buying and selling slaves when we started dealing with the colonizations from the British pilgrimage and the Chinese government. So yeah, it is not about slavery. So you don't have to care about the truth, but definitely have to be able to state the truth on this and that and everything in between, where we talk about this, that, and everything in between. So what were you trying to say about that? When Grace interrupted?
You want me to? I don't really care about it, but still, at the end of the situation, whether it was about economic growth or combining the nations into one, to the winners, they decided what was right and what was wrong, which led to the progression of our society. Some people didn't like it, others didn't. Others are overjoyed about it, but at the end of the day, they still got the end result. The winners won. The people that won the North won the Civil War.
Okay, so if somebody conquers your house and takes over your house, they won. Were they right for doing that?
You may not think it's right, but that's probably but you lost. So
no, you lost because they conquered your house.
Yeah. And if I don't have a way to get it back, then they won. They can make up any rule that they want.
Well, I don't really care about who makes the rules. I understand that history is written by the victor, and that concept does make sense because the only person that's left to tell the story is the person that survived.
It still happens.
But I'm not talking about the fact that
it doesn't make any sense. But it's
I'm not talking about the difference between the history being written by the victor. I'm talking about, is it a right or wrong action? Is it a moral or ethical action to be performed just because you won that particular territory? So somebody conquers your house, takes it from you.
Is it morally right? No.
Okay, so then that means that conquering the Indians was not morally right. That means that the northern United States are not.
Do we still care about it?
No, I said I didn't ask if we cared. I said that conquering the Indians wasn't morally right.
Okay.
Is that a fair assessment?
No, it's a fair assessment.
Okay, so that means that conquering the South wasn't morally right.
If it means not having slavery or
no, it has nothing to do with what it means. It's the fact that
combining the country into one actual nation.
You said so. Intent has nothing to do with it. You said conquering somebody else's territory is not morally right when they took your house, which equally you're saying that taking the land from the Indians.
Everyone.
Okay, you're not paying attention here. I said when they took your house, you said that it's not morally or ethically right for them to do that, right?
But
so then on a grander scale, when taking a whole country from an indigenous people that was already here is also not morally right, right? So then on a more micro level, the northern part of the country taking the territory from the southern part of the country is not morally right. Fair to say?
Why?
Why not?
Why not? Why would that be not more? You asked me why would it be more not morally right, and I explained mine. So how about
no? I said
why would that not be morally right?
Your construct was that.
No. I'm not asking about my construct. We already understood
your construct. I said why not? Because you're saying you're splitting hairs, and that's why I have to ask you why. Because you said
I just wanted to know. We already assessed it that would not be morally right from my construct. But what would your morally construct be on your side?
My moral construct is uniform. It's always uniform, no matter what topic.
Okay, then what is the uniform answer?
The uniform answer is that if it is not socially acceptable, then it is not socially acceptable across the board, regardless of what level.
This is not socially. This is about morally. You asked me about a morally or ethical situation. So
no, you have to understand that morals and ethics are defined by socially accepted behavior.
What we're talking about. I'm asking
morals and ethics are defined by socially acceptable behavior.
You just say your uniformism, it goes by social views. This is not a social. This is moral.
I said my uniform behavior is my opinion is uniform.
But a moral decision from you.
And I just said that morals and ethics.
Like you claim,
I'm not splitting hairs. You're just not letting me answer.
No, you just said you're on a unitarian side, which is part of social, which is not what we're talking about.
No, I did not say that it's part of social. It's not part of social.
Yes, you did.
Uniformism is not part of socialism.
You said it was a social viewpoint.
No, I did not say uniformism is a social viewpoint. I said morals and ethics are a social viewpoint.
No, you did not say morals and ethics. That's not the
Yes, I did. Yes, I did. Yes, I did. Yes, I did. No, I said morals and ethics are a social viewpoint. And I said I come from a position of uniformism. So
is a social viewpoint, which you said
yes, it is.
Those are two completely different things.
I said that uniformism is a completely different thing from a social viewpoint, from socialism, from social constructs.
You said morals and ethics do not pertain to social.
And no, I didn't. No, I didn't. I said that it's subjective to its society. So at the beginning of this platform, at the beginning of this podcast, I said that was no, sir. That's not what I said.
We're completely right. You were just splitting hairs.
No, I wasn't splitting hairs.
Yes, so every time
there was no splitting hairs.
I was saying it from a uniformal standpoint.
Oh no, you were not.
I was meeting
No, you were not.
your expectations.
You were saying it from a subjective. You were saying it from a subjective and biased standpoint.
Break it down to make it sound like it's not right or wrong.
You said it from a subjective and a biased standpoint.
No,
So, certain situations it applies, and certain situations it doesn't.
It was from a uniformal standpoint.
My position is a uniformal standpoint. Then my position would not change if you change the scenario.
Define uniformism again.
It's going to be the exact same scenario that applies in whatever that role is, no matter who's in it. So if you, whatever the scenario is, if you change positions, it's going to be the same.
Social standpoint.
No. So morals and ethicals, morals and ethics. If you allow me to speak, morals and ethics are subjective to the culture. If you so are you gonna allow me to speak, or are you gonna keep talking?
Really, but go ahead, because
if you're not gonna allow me to speak, then I can't answer your question.
Both of you, because you're not saying anything that is actually not on point.
How do you? Well, I can't say anything, so I can't say anything on point.
Oh, you can't say anything. That's a lie too, because you.
Well, I'm not able to talk right now. I'm trying to talk. You asked me a question and I can't answer it because you're not letting me talk.
You were talking all through the show, and
now I'm trying to talk and you're not letting me talk. So right now you're saying that I'm not saying anything of reference. I'm not saying anything of substance, and I'm not allowed to speak. So since I'm not allowed to speak, I can't say anything of substance. So you asked me because you're trying to compare.
Like when you say on previous videos, if I don't think anything that is correct, I will say something.
If I don't think that something is uniform, if it doesn't make sense, then I am going to make it make sense. So I am the one that points out that it doesn't make sense, and then I make it make sense. So in this scenario, you have not pointed out a thing. You asked me a question, and I have not answered it because you continue to talk while I try to talk. And you're saying that I'm not making sense. You're saying that I'm not making sense because I'm not allowed to talk. And then you're saying that I'm not saying anything of substance because I'm not allowed to talk. So I'm trying to answer your question.
Go ahead and say your viewpoint. If you whatever you say that doesn't really mean that it's true.
Okay, so now you're going to say that I'm wrong before I get a chance to respond. So you're devaluing my response. You're devaluing my response. You're devaluing my response. You're devaluing my response.
Say what you want to say.
You're devaluing my response. Do you see how this works? You see how this works? Every time I start talking, you talk. Do you see how I'm not able to say anything?
Go ahead. I'm gonna stop talking.
I'm trying to say it, and every time I start talking, you jump in. Do you see how that is a problem? So, as I was saying, you are devaluing my response before I am allowed to respond. You are trying to say that I'm wrong or that I'm going to say something incorrect before I get an opportunity to say it. So, that puts prejudgment without even knowing what my response is going to be. Now, that is not going to be able to determine if I'm right or wrong. That's just a pre-assessment. Back to the actual assessment, uniformism. I've already explained that it is going to be the exact same expectations, the exact same benefits and privileges and responsibilities, regardless of who is in that particular position. If the outcome is supposed to be the same, regardless of who performs the outcome, that is uniformism. When I provided you with the difference between the value of the life of a fly versus the value of the life of a homeless person, you valued the life of a homeless person over a fly. That's not uniformism. When I gave you the explanation of the difference between a homeless person and a cow, when you start talking about making burgers, you valued the homeless person over the cow. That is not uniformism. When you talk about valuing the life of the child over the life of the cow, when the cow lived longer than the child, but you said uniformly the person with the longer lifespan is more valuable. The cow living 14 years, the child living 2 years, you say that the child is more valuable than the cow because of the child's potential. Not because of the child, because you said that it's based off of the contribution and the lifespan. 2-year-old that hasn't contributed nothing but poop has not produced in its society, in its environment, as much as a cow that has tilled fields and provided a compost that was able to fertilize the ground, that was able to provide crops, that was able to feed the society that cow lived in, and then provided the milk that provided nutrients to that society for 14 years, that cow provided more to its environment than the 2-year-old child. It wasn't uniform. Then we started talking about the societal differences between Thanos and him eliminating certain species or half of every population versus Hitler eliminating half of his population. It wasn't uniform. If one person does it, it's right. And if another person does it, it's wrong. That's not uniform. If the exact same action is performed by two different entities, if it was wrong when one person does it, it's wrong when another person does it. When we talked about the difference between taking the life of 5, 10, 15 people without malice here in the United States, that's against the law. You'll go to jail for that. But if you are told to go to another country and take the life of 200, 300 people because you were given a uniform and you were given an assignment by the U.S. government, you're given a medal and you're given a bunch of benefits when you come back, if you come back. But taking a life is still taking a life, and it's not uniform. Now, when we start talking about if somebody was to invade your house and take your house from you, or eliminate everybody in your house and take your house from you, that's not right. Then we turn around and say, well, you know, the Pilgrims come over to the United States before it was the United States and take the country from the indigenous people that inhabited the land, that was not right. But then you say that, well, you know, the people who control the northern territory of the United States takes the southern territory from the United States, and that is right. And you justify that because the people in the southern part of the United States were involved in slavery. So because some of the people were not treated as well as other people, when those people were not considered people, those people were considered tools, the same way cows are considered tools. So when cows have rights, then everything that's been happening to cows for the past thousands of years will be considered wrong. Now, you're saying that what happened to the South was wrong. It's not the same. It's not uniform. If it was wrong when he took your house, if it was wrong when you took land from the Indians, then it's wrong when you take the South from the North. Because you took the territory of somebody else's territory. That's uniformism. Because the action in itself of taking something, taking land from somebody else, taking somebody else's possession, is considered socially unacceptable. Now, when you start talking about morals and ethics comes from a social subjective construct. As I explained at the beginning of the show, the difference between suicide being a wrong in this country versus suicide being an act of honor in another country, it is not accepted the same way, where the phrase "when in Rome, do what the Romans do" comes from, where if it is unacceptable to be done here, you can't do it here. So it's only wrong here. It's only morally and unethically allowed here. But somewhere else, it might be encouraged. For example, we have an age limit here in the United States where you got to be 18, or you're going to be put on a registry. In China, you got to be 13. Is it wrong? They actually just raised that age to 16. So is it wrong? You can actually marry a 16-year-old in China, but they got to be 18 in the United States. Is the 2-year difference wrong? Depends on which country you're in. If you're in the United States, you're not going very far with that, unless you get written consent from the parent. So the fact is that uniformism is not a social construct. Morals and ethics are a social construct. Uniformism is linear in all situations. It does not change. The outcome is still supposed to be the same outcome. The consequences are still supposed to be the same consequences. And the determination of morals and ethics, good or bad, is supposed to be the same no matter who performs that action. Fair is supposed to be fair no matter who does it. Right is supposed to be right no matter who does it. If it's supposed to happen to me this way, it's supposed to happen to you this way. The same way we did that same uniform discussion about the officer that took the life of that woman in her kitchen. If she deserved to die, then that means if you take her out of that situation and put the police officer in that situation, he deserved to get shot if he would have been holding that pot that day. If you take a black woman out of that situation and put a white woman in that situation, then she would have equally deserved to get shot in that situation. If you take the cop out of the situation and put a random civilian in that situation, the person who got shot still deserves to get shot in that situation. That is uniformism. But if at any point in time that you determine that the person who got killed should not have been killed, whether you change the race, whether you change the gender, whether you change it from being a cop to being a civilian, if that person did not deserve to die, that person never deserved to die. That's uniformism. Now, did what the cop do be right or wrong? That is morally and ethically, and now in the legal system, determined legally as to whether or not what he did was right. But from my personal perspective, when I observed that particular scenario, if he had an alternative to taking her life, since she did not have a lethal weapon, the worst she could have did was give him second or third degree burns that he could put some mustard on and been just fine. And he ended her life for that. I would say that since he also not only was there with the partner, he had control of the exit of the house. He could back out of the door and get reinforcements where he could have found an alternative. He also had the opportunity to use non-lethal force instead of lethal force, where he could have shot her with a non-lethal item that might have would have injured her, but it would not have ended her life, which still means that her life did not have to end. I never said that what she did was illegal or was not illegal. I never said that what she did was right or wrong. I said that she did not need to lose her life at the end of that situation, because there was other ways that that situation could have resolved itself where she would still be alive today. That is uniformism. So your question to me was, do I think that somebody conquering your house is right or wrong? I don't believe that anybody should take anything from anybody else. If you can't buy it from them, you shouldn't take it from them. Which also means that if you can't buy the United States from the Indians, then it should have never become the United States. Which also means that if you cannot buy South United States from the Confederate, that you should not be able to have the South United States. Because uniformism says that for the sake of the platform of taking land from somebody else and controlling that land as your own, that it was wrong when it happened to your house, it was wrong when it happened to the Indians, and it's wrong when it happened to the South. So that is how you make it make sense, Mr. Pips. If it's uniform, and I point out how the biased perception is not uniform, you have to make it make sense as to how is it okay for it to be considered good or right subjectively in one scenario when it favors you, but then when it doesn't favor you, that it's all of a sudden wrong or bad. And then also at the same time, how is it considered okay when it benefits a specific gender or a specific social group, but then it's not okay when it doesn't benefit that same social group? If the roles were reversed now, where that social group that says that this is great, like our gender inequality conversations that we have on the platform, if they say that this is great because, you know, women are getting all these benefits from men and men are not being treated right by the women, not all women, just some women, and the men say that that is not equality. Dominating men is not equality. Mistreating men is not equality. Being a partner to the man is equality. But forcing men to pay for women and then emotionally and sexually starving the men and controlling the men is not equality. And if the roles were reversed and men did that to women, they would be male chauvinist pigs. So if that is the case, if it would be bad if the men were behaving like women, if it would be bad by the consideration of women, if the men behave the way the women are behaving, then why isn't it bad? Why do the women not consider their behavior bad because they're performing that behavior? That is uniformism. If it's wrong when it happens to you, why is it right when you're doing it to somebody else? That is uniformism. That is what I make it make sense. So I'm going to give you the floor, Mr. Pibbs. You help me understand, why are you telling me that I, before I got a chance to make the statement, was wrong before I got started? Explain to me where I'm wrong.
Okay. Since you said your spiel and everything, so I'm going to explain to you. Was it right? You asked me, was it right morally to for someone to take their home? I said
No, I asked
no.
you where am I wrong? I didn't ask you if
I'm
you are morally right.
no, because you asked me first before I answer your other question why you're wrong. I'm saying before that, you asked me before with those series of questions, was it right for people to come into my home, beat me up, and take my home or my territory? I said no in a moral standpoint because you asked me, is it wrong? And I said no, it's not right. Now the North and South, North wanted to unite with the South. They didn't want to. They didn't want to follow their rules and their what they wanted to do with the country, and so they fought. They lost, and now they're now you back to a United Nation, but not a United Nation that the South wanted. Was that right? To fight them? Probably not. Whether should the country should be separated? Probably not, because it could lead to certain problems. Some people may say that, but they had to do that. That is realism.
Did they or they chose to do that?
No. I let you talk for the whole.
Did they?
Show.
Did they have to? You said they had to.
No,
Did they have to or did they choose to?
No. You want uniformism.
Did they have to or did they choose to?
They have to.
How? Why?
I'm not from that year, so I don't really know. So I'm.
They don't have to. They chose to do that. That was a choice. That wasn't a requirement.
It was a choice. Did you ask any of them that was it a choice for you guys to fight? Or
okay, so you're telling me that the North fought the South because they had no choice.
I'm saying that they fought, whether they had a choice or not. They fought. I'm telling you.
No, you said they had to. When you have to do something, you do not have a choice.
Might have. See, you're picking my words. So if you
didn't say might have, you said had to. So I asked you.
You said I didn't let you talk for for your spiel.
Oh yeah, you talked over me for a good 20 minutes.
And you want me? You're talking over me. You're doing the same things that you said.
No, I asked you a question and you're not answering it. I said,
yes, you are. You're still doing it.
Do they have to? Or do they choose to?
You told me I have been talking over him instead of letting you explain.
You do.
I gave you that whole floor, and now you're not.
It was about time.
So where is your uniformism that you say? If you give some, you want things to be equal, everything fair.
The things are equal. When you talk over me, so you talked over me for a long period of time, and now I'm talking over you.
Did you not give me the floor? Yes or no?
When you gave me the floor, did you not take it back?
Did you not give me the floor? Yes or no?
When you gave me the floor, did you not take it back?
You asked me for yes or no questions all through the show. But when it's time for you to do the same thing, you cannot do so. You say,
I can.
You cannot.
I can.
I can. So are you going to give me the floor? Yes
eventually.
Or no? Eventually. But you cannot do it physically. So
yes, I can. I can physically give you the floor.
You want uniformism? You should have been giving me the same rights. And
I did not. I gave you the same rights.
I let you talk for through your whole probably 20 minutes of what you're explaining.
No, it's about 5 or 10.
I didn't spoke once because
you spoke a lot.
Over you, and then I stopped.
But
when it's time for my turn, you gave up your right to talk and gave it past to me. When it's about
I asked you a yes or no question.
You did not prove it. So
no, I did. I'm not showing my uniformism. I'm actually showing the uniformism of the podcast.
By just talking over
I'm showing you the uniformism of the podcast. You talked over me for a long period of time. You talked over me a long period of time.
On a uniform platform, but you don't follow what you just preached.
I did because the way that you talked over me,
I talked to you equally. If you say
no, you talked over me.
I let you talk for the
eventually.
Whole show. I gave you the right.
Not the whole show.
Yes, I have. I have given you the equal amount of talking.
No, it wasn't equal amounts of talking.
I let you talk when you said, "Oh, is not about slavery, even though you were wrong.
I'm not wrong.
You explained your whole thing about the Civil War. I didn't interrupt once. I didn't.
No, you interrupted a lot. Eventually, you stopped interrupting.
I didn't mentally stop anything. I let you.
Eventually, you stopped, but you interrupted a lot.
I let you talk.
You're just ranting right now, but the fact is, I just asked you a question.
Ranting. You complain. You just talked over me. I'm explaining something to you.
That's true.
You wanted me to explain.
That is uniform.
And you.
But you do understand that is uniform. When you ask me a question,
because you did not provide that same equal.
I provided you with the same respect that you gave me, because when you asked me a question,
you would cut.
Yes, it did. So what happened was you asked me a question. You asked me a question, and then so what happened was you asked me a question.
Talk about it because you.
So what happened was you asked me a question
about not things not being.
So what happened was you asked me a question.
And you're
just trying to control the conversation right now. But what happened was you eventually gave me the floor.
There's no what happened.
Let's be real. Let's be real. What happened was you asked me a question. And when you asked me the question, yes, you did. You had asked me a question. You had originally asked me a question because you were trying to point out whether or not I had the same morals and ethics as you did after you went through the questionnaire of the difference between them taking over your house versus the difference between the Pilgrims taking over the land from the Indians and the difference between the North taking over the South. So when you asked me that question, before I could answer, you started talking over me. And I kept telling you that I can't answer the question until you let me answer it. And then you kept saying that I wasn't saying anything of substance. And no, you kept saying that I didn't say anything of substance. And I kept telling you that I couldn't. And eventually, you did. Eventually. Because at the beginning of immediately after you asked me the question, this is what we had going on, where you were talking over me and I was not able to answer the question. And then I explained to you that I cannot answer the question. And you kept telling me that I had nothing of substance to say. And I told you I could not provide substance because I was not allowed to answer. And then you pre-devalued my response before I got a chance to respond by saying that I'm going to say something incorrect. And then I had to explain to you that you are prejudging my statement without even knowing my statement. And you were talking over me then. And then when I finally had the opportunity to get my point out, I first pointed out the fact that you are pre-devaluing my statement before my statement comes out. And then I gave my statement. And then after I gave my statement, I asked you, since you pre-devalued my statement before my statement came out, what about my statement was wrong that you were able to pre-devalue it before it happened? And now you are reliving the series of events that you went through with the Q&A that I asked you about uniformism. Now, exactly what happened to me when you were talking over me, when I was giving the answer immediately after you asked me the question, is exactly what's happening to you when I'm talking over you immediately after I asked you a question. That is uniformism. So I just want to point that out real quick. Secondly, I just asked you a question. It is, because what you did to me when you asked me that question is exactly what I did to you. What you did to me when you asked me that question and then interrupted and talked over me is exactly what I did to you when I asked you a question and then started talking over you. So it is uniform. There is no difference. It is the same. The only reason why it's not the same to you is because it's happening to you now. But when it was happening to me, it was okay.
Multiple times to me.
Like, when it happens to you, it's not okay. But when it happens to me, it's okay. So now the question is that what I'm asking you is that when you said that it had to happen, and that's the only thing I did was I jumped in and I asked one question. I said, what do you mean that it has to happen? Why does it have to happen? Wasn't it not a choice that they chose, that the North chose to attack the South? Why they attacked them is not the point. The fact that they chose to take action, that's a choice. That's not a requirement. The South was required to defend because they were under attack, but the North did not have to attack. The North chose to attack. And that was my question. And that's what led to this discussion right here, because you want to maintain control of the floor and you're arguing over me the way that you argued over me before, the way that I argue over you, which is uniform. Because if you're arguing over me and I'm arguing over you, then we're treating each other the same way. That's uniformism. It's not like I'm the only person arguing over you. You are also arguing over me. So it is uniform. Now, All I did was ask the question, and you didn't answer that question.
Because
you said that. No, you didn't answer that question because we didn't get to that part. We didn't. You didn't answer that question yet, and because you didn't answer that question, that is the question that I'm stopping on. Is the question that I'm stopping on?
You asked me that.
The question that I'm stopping on
I don't
is
know that
because you ultimately have two questions to ask. You have two questions to answer. The two questions that you have to answer is question one. The question one that you have to answer is, how am I wrong? And question two that I asked is, did they really have to do that, or was it a choice? And what I was about to say,
because
when you jumped in, and you're going to say that you don't know. So how
to attack the South.
So if you walk into your house and your house is under attack, do you have to defend your house, or is it a choice? Do you choose to defend your house, or are you required to defend your house? Can you choose to abandon your house and allow your house to be taken over without you putting up a fight? Or it doesn't matter.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't.
Okay,
no, it doesn't.
So
because if it matters, if it matters who's in the house, then you are choosing to defend the house depending on who is in the house. If you have to defend the house, even if there's nobody in the house, if you have to defend the house, regardless of the value of the person in the house, then uniformly you are required to defend the house. But if you are subjectively only going to defend the house if somebody of enough importance to you is in the house, then it is a choice. It is not a requirement. So if you are choosing to attack a certain culture or a certain group of territory because of specific beliefs or intentions or ideologies, then it is a choice. That this particular choice is going to give you the motivation to take that action. But that is a choice. That is not a requirement. So when you say that, well, I don't know what they were thinking back in the day, I can't tell whether or not they had to or they chose to. No, yes, you can. Because if they did it because they wanted to, and they wanted to because of whatever ideology they had at the time, they chose to take action because they could have chose to not take action. But defend yourself or die. You have to defend yourself if you don't want to die. You're still making a choice. But in order to preserve your own life, you don't have very many choices left if you're under attack at the threat of death. You must fight until you survive. And if that means that you may have to take other lives, then you will take other lives. So if you take a life in order to live, you didn't have another choice, but it was still a choice. But that was a choice that you felt like you had to make. So did you have to attack somebody? No, you don't. You choose to attack somebody. Do you have to defend yourself? Well, no, you don't. But if you don't want to lose your life, you might want to. So it's a choice, not a requirement. That's the only point that I was making in that. Now, since I've made that point, I can go ahead and let you go back to proving me how am I wrong about my ideology of uniformism.
Okay, first off, it is a choice. But I can, like I said, I cannot speak for history because I was not in that war. So I cannot say they had no choice with it, but for just to be politically correct sake, they had a choice of not to fight back the North because Confederates started the fight first. If we want to be really technical, yeah, you can nod your head all you want. You can look it up. What triggered the war first? And you can say Confederates fought first, shot the fire first. That triggered that war. You can look
political activists in Kansas that started the war because they were attacking groups because they did not want to have the the slavery to occur. So really, the first shot, if you really want to call it, would have
part of the Confederacy.
The first shot would have been from the first shot would have been from the Union. The first shot was from the Union because the rebel factions that were anti-racism groups were attacking or anti-slavery, not anti-racism. It was anti-slavery groups that were attacking slave owners. Was the first shot, if you really want to declare a first shot. But the war on the South for a singular government was the first shot.
When Confederates attacked Union soldiers at Fort Summer in Charleston Bay in South Carolina. The attack was triggered by disagreements between free and slaves over the federal government's authority to prohibit slavery.
So that was not the first shot.
No, that Confederate shot first.
That was not the first shot.
Yes, it was.
The first shot was in Kansas.
Pull up information about it, then we can talk about it.
You did. I did.
No, you didn't.
I did. I had this conversation. I've had this conversation with fans when we were talking about the racist shoes.
Many times.
You've never proven me wrong. You just want to prove me wrong.
But no, I have always been proving you wrong about this subject.
No, you go on this spiel about trying to prove me wrong. That's always been your mission in life, is to try to prove me wrong. But you have not proved me wrong. You've never proven me wrong. You just want to.
Proving you wrong. You just don't want to admit that you're wrong.
Okay, so you feel like you've proven me wrong, but you haven't proved me wrong yet. But that's fine. You want to prove me wrong, but history dictates that the first shots of the beginning of the war started between the differences in the north and south of Kansas with the political groups, the riot squads that were against the slavery. That's where the first shots of the war. That's where the war originated. So the war began with the civilians, and then the war led up to the soldiers. But the group, the battle of itself, in and of itself, was a political position, the same way Project 2025 is a political position. And when that political position goes up against the LGBTQ community, the rebellions that happens from that will be the first retaliation. It's not the first shot; it's the first response. So you got to make that clear. The difference between retaliation, that's not
on April 12th, 1865, and I'm looking at where did the first shots of the Civil War occur. Confederate troops fired on Fort Sumter in South Carolina's Charleston Harbor. Less than 34 hours later, Union forces surrendered. Traditionally, this event has been used to mark the beginning of the Civil War. You can look up.
I love this.
USSenate.gov.
Okay. So here we go. We're gonna ask the Google lady. Okay. Mr. Pibbs is not proving me wrong yet, because he said that I was wrong when I made my original statement about uniformism, but now he's gonna go on a different tangent about proving where did the Civil War start. So I will entertain him wanting to determine, and you said that was from the civilworks.gov.
USSenate.gov.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not gonna double check your references, because I mean you Google search everything and you can get anything off of the internet. And depending on which website that you go to, the one that's in your favor is the one that you can recite and be considered correct. Or you consider yourself correct. So no, it doesn't help me sleep at night. What helps me sleep at night is when you answer the questions and progress the show. So the Civil War was started by Abraham Lincoln in 1860, and Abraham Lincoln wasn't part of the Confederate, and he caused 7 southern states to succeed and form the Confederate States of America, and 4 more states soon joined them. So you're saying that in 1861, which would have been after that, and he had ending the Confederate surrender in 1865. So this is a 5-year war. So Abraham Lincoln was the one who started this war and caused 7 southern states to succeed. So you're telling me that in 1861, the first shot by the Confederacy, a year later, is what started the war? So how did Abraham Lincoln?
You say who started the first shot? The first shot was the American Civil War. In the American Civil War the first shot that was registered was April 12th, 1861, where the Confederate troops opened fire on Fort Sumter in Charleston Harbor in South Carolina. The war ended in spring of 1865 when Robert E. Lee surrendered the last major Confederate army in Ulysses S. Grant Appomattox Courthouse on April 9th. They even have a timestamp of when that war how the war started. So whatever information you got is incorrect.
No, it's not incorrect. You just don't want to accept it.
Okay, then pull it up. Share your screen.
Okay, so now we're going all back to the 1950s. So the rebellion against the law. So hold on, let me go up a little bit further to entertain you, because this only deflects from us. Apologies if anybody heard that. I got ads popping up over here. So we had the Compromise of 1850, and that Compromise of 1850 led to that one of those acts that they had, the Fugitive Slave Act, and that Fugitive Slave Act existed until hold on, it existed through 1793, and that allowed people to capture slaves and return them back to their slave owners, and that was comprised of, in 1850, going a whole lot further, because they were able to go as far as Canada. And one of the reasons why I know that is because I teach my students the Canadian history along with American history, along with world history. So when you tell me that I don't know what I'm talking about, I mean, I've had to gather this information about 2 months before you even decided to bring this up as a side topic on the podcast. So the northern abolishment of they repealed this law after 50,000 anti-slave protesters filled the streets of Boston in protest that arrested of black men named Anthony Burns in 1854. And this was President Franklin Pierce. So this is what leads up to the war. So then you have the explanations about Uncle Tom, and then the Kansas-Nebraska Act in Look at this. So we're sitting over here, History Channel here about the Civil War and what caused the Civil War, sir. So then we start going on.
I'm reading it too. In the Compromise of 1850, in which much further by compelling citizens.
1856, where you're talking over me. I don't need you to read it while I'm talking, sir. I need you to listen since you are talking. So again, we have the let's go down a little bit further, because we're leading up to the Civil War, because we have to talk about what actually started the Civil War. And let's see, October of 1859, you have Brown. This is John Brown leading a raid on Federal Arsenal at Happier Ferry, Virginia. That is in 59. And 22 men launched a raid on Harper's Ferry, a town what was in West Virginia, and captured some prominent local citizens and seized the Federal Arsenal there. And his small force soon was counteracted by local militia, forcing him to seek refuge. Following after U.S. Marines under the command of then Cole Robert E. Lee arrived and stormed the arsenal, killing many of Brown's men and captured him. And Brown was tried and charged with treason, murder, and slave insurrection, and sentenced to death. And he was hanged in December of '59. While his failed attack triggered widespread revolt, he envisioned drove the North and South even further apart, and Northern abolishers who preferred pacifism praised Brown as a martyr. So this was a civilian that kicked off shit in '59. Now, we're going to go to the deciding that we're going to go to war. And that's what you need to understand, is that when we decide that we're going to go to war with one another, who made the decision that we're going to go to war? Because the first person to start the first portion of bullshit that led to the war in '61 was this guy who was a civilian who grabbed 22 people and caused a whole bunch of shit in Northern Territory. That's not the Confederacy fighting the first shot. That is what I was telling you was civilians, rebel factions that were against slavery that kicked off shit. Okay. And then you want to keep going down the page, the formation of the Confederacy. So you didn't even have a Confederate army yet. You're developing a Confederate army. You want to keep reading down. Somewhere in here, you're going to see, no, it's going to tell you that actually leads to them creating the army, and that the armies fought against one another. So the Confederate Army was President Jefferson Davis in 1865. He was the only Confederate president. And then you had the Abraham Lincoln from 1858 to 1865 was the president at the beginning of the war. So when I originally told you that Abraham Lincoln kicked off this war, Abraham Lincoln, who was president in '58, Abraham Lincoln, who responded to the attack on U.S. people that was responded by Northern U.S. military, because Ulysses S. Grant was a Northern soldier, right? If I remember correctly. Then Abraham Lincoln said, nah, fuck this. We're going to go over there and kick their ass, which is a response to a handful of people saying, you can't stop us from doing what we want to do. That was not the Confederate Army that took the first shots that started the war. That was 22 men in a rebel force that went up against the United States government. And then the United States government responded with the military. And then the United States government said, you know what? Fuck this. We're going to take their whole territory. The same way, allegedly, 2 planes crashed into 2 of our tallest buildings in the United States in New York. And then we said, fuck that. We're going to go take all the oil out of their territory. Exactly what the fuck just happened. But Abraham Lincoln sent those people over there. So the war started because Abraham Lincoln retaliated on 22 people kicking off shit. Those were not Confederate soldiers who kicked off shit. So 22 rebel individuals that kicked off shit. And following that, you had the development of the Confederate Army, because the Confederate didn't have an army. The United States, the Northern America had an army, because clearly we had to protect ourselves from Britain with the Boston Tea Party and shit. So we had a Northern army, but we didn't have a Southern army. But the Southern army had to formulate itself because of its attack from the North. And that's a had to, because if we don't create an army, then we're going to be stomped by an army. So we choose to have to start an army because we choose to not be conquered, or at least try not to get conquered. But then we ended up being conquered anyway. So, yeah. The first soldier to fire the first shot would be from a Confederate in the Northern and Confederate War. But the first shots that were fired that led to the war beginning were civilians rioting against the country. And that one was the last riot, as a matter of fact, because the riot before that, which was northern and southern Kansas, was the anti-slaves. The ones that I just talked about were the guys that were pro-slaves, actually. So this was a southern rebellious group that was going up against the United States government because they stopped slavery. But the protest that I was talking about beforehand that led to the abolishment of the Fugitive Act was the northern anti-slavery people setting shit on fire and killing people because they did not want people to be kept as slaves. So where did it start? It started with the rebels that kicked off enough shit for the president to say, let's do away with this law. How did it continue? Somebody else retaliated and say, fuck that, we're not going to do away with the law. How did it get worse? The government said, fuck that, you're not going to attack us. We're going to attack your entire side of the country. How did it end? The North took over the South. So it started with rebel groups. It didn't start with a Confederate army. So I wasn't wrong. You didn't prove me wrong. You're not going to accept what I have to say, even though you read it from the same National Geographic historical site. You're just going to say that I'm wrong because you want to say that I'm wrong. But what you were supposed to be talking about was not whether or not you were right about your perception of American history. What you were supposed to be talking about is how I am wrong about my perception on uniformism and how uniformism is or is not a social construct that is socially subjective. It is not. And I am not wrong about that. So I'm waiting on you to explain to me how was I wrong before I even started talking. How was I wrong? That's what you were supposed to be answering. Make it make sense, Mr. Pitts.
All right, before I prove you wrong on your uniformism, I'm going to go back to proving you wrong on your...
no, that you need to prove me wrong because that was originally what we were talking about. You're going to prove me wrong about that. You did.
On the same information because you didn't finish reading it.
Okay, so what we have now is that you're more determined to try to prove me wrong on the podcast than to make the point about the fact that you said that I was wrong about my perspective of uniformism. So you just want to be right is what you want. And I mean, if I got to give you the satisfaction of telling you that you're right so that you can move on to the fact that you're supposed to be really trying to prove me wrong about my concept of uniformism, because that's what the conversation is about. And you're trying to prove me wrong about the war. And you're not, I just went over the information. We both talked about it.
I'll explain why your uniformism was wrong. Because it's not that you can't really apply it to this work.
How?
One, if they left them alone, yeah, probably none of that would happen. We would probably still have slavery, which they shouldn't. Was it right for them to have slaves in the South? No. Should they?
That's socially subjective.
No, that's morally objective. That's both.
Morals are socially subjective.
Because
we've already established that morals and ethics.
Established that no one should be going and attacking other people's houses.
Morals are subjective. Morals are subjective, and ethics are subjective. So whether or not they were right is socially subjective. That's what we understand. And then the point is that you're telling me that I'm wrong because the concept of did I just walk into some volatile discussion? Hey, look, no, we actually have open forum, ended conversations. We talk about a lot of different topics. Today, we're talking about his observations on what is just and what is unjust versus whether or not somebody's a good or bad person. And so we're in this debate. He's trying to prove that I am wrong about my concepts and constructs of uniformism. And he's saying that because uniformism cannot be uniformly administered, and uniformism can be uniformly administered uniformly, but it only in situations where the outcome cannot be the same. As I'm guessing what he's trying to say is that if the South would have decided that we're going to go up against the North, that is not uniform. But because the South would not have won because they would not have used their slaves as soldiers. The idea is that my concept of uniformism and my understanding of uniformism is that when something happens, that scenario, whoever's in that particular role, regardless of who that person is going to have rights and responsibilities and obligations, and that person is going to have actions and reactions. And those actions and reactions, the consequences of your decisions is going to be the same no matter who is in that situation. And if you change a person out of that situation and put another person in that situation, or take an entity out of that situation and put another entity in that same situation, performing those same actions, that the concept of whether or not it's right or wrong is not going to change. Whether or not it's good or bad, it's not going to change. And whether or not it should or should not have happened is not going to change, because that is uniformism. If you have a sense of entitlement, anybody in that position has that same sense of entitlement. So if you are no longer in that position, that sense of entitlement does not get forfeited from that position. He's saying that I'm wrong. And then he's using this concept of the North and the South fighting one another, that I'm wrong about my concept of uniformism. And I'm trying to get him to explain to me how I am wrong about my concepts of uniformism. If uniformly speaking, if you believe that it's wrong for you to be treated a certain way, but you believe that it's right for you to treat somebody else the exact same way that you don't want to be treated, how is that uniform? I say that that's not uniform. If you believe that you shouldn't be treated a certain way, then you shouldn't treat other people a certain way. If you believe that a certain action should not be done, you should not do that action. I'm saying that do as I say, not as I do is not uniform. You do what I do, and I lead by example. So if I tell you that you shouldn't do something, then I shouldn't do it either. He tried to say that I'm not uniform earlier because in this podcast, we tend to talk over one another, and it leads to a little bit of a debate, sort of a breakdown in communication. And it happens quite frequently when we're not in agreement with one another, but it's actually a little bit more of a worthwhile watch, because in those situations, he actually has an opinion. So while I'm not going to say that his opinion is right or wrong, I'm just going to try to make it make sense when it doesn't make sense. And right now we're not on the same page. And while we're not on the same page, that's when he is the most aggressive about getting his conversation and his point of view across. So in this situation, he's trying to dominate the conversation by saying that I'm wrong and then saying that I'm not uniform, because when he asked me a question and then I tried to answer it and he didn't allow me to speak, same way when I asked him a question and he tried to answer and I didn't allow him to speak, the same way in different areas of the show, he will talk and I will jump in, or I will talk and he will jump in. We don't say, excuse me, we just jump in and just go back and forth with the conversation. This is what we do throughout the podcast. It is uniform. The way he communicates and talks over me is the same way I communicate and talk over him. It is uniform, but he says that it's not uniform because he says that I talk over him more than he talks over me. Well, no, I make more points. I actually have more opinions. I actually have more to say, but that doesn't change the fact that it is still uniform, because I'm not saying that you're not allowed to talk over me. I'm not saying that you're not allowed to interrupt with what I have to say. I am saying that when you jump in, you jump in.
Uniform 36 times.
So he says, I'll follow along for a little bit, heading to bed soon, but I think I heard the word uniform at least 36 times. Yes, exactly. You probably heard the word uniform 36 times. Make sure that you like and subscribe. We have more entertaining constructs coming up in the upcoming months. I actually have about 35 days worth of shows already pre-scheduled. You can jump in on any of them that you like. But this is what we were talking about. That's why you heard uniformism. Thank you. I really appreciate it. We've been talking about uniformism throughout my aspects of right and wrong, good and bad, evil or not evil, because there are going to be situations where if you tell me that, say, Thanos was good for trying to eliminate half of the population, then by default, if that's your expectation, then you would also say that Hitler would have been equally good for thinning out his herd. Now, that is uniformism. I'm not saying that I agree, but he said that he thought that Thanos did his damn thing because Thanos decided to eliminate a group of people. I said, well, if that's the same, if you put Thanos and Hitler in the same scenario, then Hitler did the damn thing until somebody took him out. Mr. Pibb said at one point in time during the show that whoever wins is right. And I said, okay, so if Hitler was winning, he was right. Until they took him out, if he was winning, he was right. But I say, well, if people believe that what he did was socially unacceptable, then right or wrong is a social construct. But if you're saying that only the winners determine who's right, then if something negative happens to you, then it's wrong. And that's why that's why you heard uniformism 36 times, because it's not balanced. It's only right when it is socially acceptable, and it's only wrong when it's not socially acceptable, and that's not uniform. And then the fact is that when we the weight of value of something is dependent upon how important it is to him, which is subjective. And when it's subjective, it's not uniform. It's not, there's no balance there. The scenario is specific to the individuals involved. But if you change out different individuals in the exact same scenario, it is not going to be the same outcome. One of my favorite quotes, Hitler was right. Donuts are delicious. I agree. And that's why, like Hitler, police officers eat donuts. So with that being said, Mr. Pibbs, I'm going to allow you, if you're going to stick to proving the fact that my concept of uniformism is some way incorrect, then I will allow you to finish that construct without interruption. But if you detour onto another construct that is not specifically about the fact that I'm wrong about, because you said that I was wrong before I even got started, and I asked you why, and if you're going to answer that, then I'll be able to allow you to finish that up before I intercede.
Okay, so I'm gonna wrap this up real quickly because we have to go because we have busy schedules. So why I said Xander is wrong, because if
I've
you
got another hour.
You guys are fun. I'll tune back in soon. Have a great night. You too, buddy.
I greatly appreciate it. I'll see you soon.
Thank you for following and joining. But to answer your question, like when you were explaining your statement, you only selectively picked what you wanted, not what you wanted uniformly as a single group or single entity. But when you were asking me questions, you didn't ask me in a uniformal standpoint. You asked me as a person if these were moral. And so as a person, I'm going to have one-sided answers. That's not uniformism. That's just asking me as a personal standpoint. If you ask,
how does that make me wrong?
Because
how does that make me wrong?
Because you have been picking selectively. You're not doing, what you were doing is not uniformism. You check realism if you because you wanted a real and definite answer from me.
Do you realize that uniformism?
See, you're not
real quick, because you know, because you said a different construct. You said realism.
No,
That's
no,
talking about a different construct.
You said to pick as long as I stay.
You said that my uniformism isn't uniformism and it's realism, and you're about to explain realism as a construct. And I'm asking you a question that is still on uniformism, and it's a short question. It's not a long question.
Okay.
You do realize that because it is your personal opinion that I'm asking you a series of questions that are similar in nature, and it is the exact same person's opinion, and that person's opinion is not the same about the exact same situation involving different entities. That is me pointing out how your opinion is subjective versus uniform. Uniform means that your opinion would be the same across the board, no matter who's involved, whether it's a little baby, whether it's an adult, whether it's your mom, whether it's your child. It's the same answer every time, because uniformly your opinion is that if it's right, it's right in your opinion. If it's wrong, it's wrong in your opinion. So no matter who's there, it's still the same. If consequences are supposed to occur, doesn't matter who does it, the consequences are supposed to occur. So how is it not uniform? How is it me not proving the difference between uniformism and subjective opinion when I'm asking you, the same person, a series of questions about the exact same stuff that is in line with the same outcome, where the only difference is how you value the two different entities? For example, eating a human versus eating a cow. How is that not proving uniformism?
For one, you didn't. That's not uniformism because you just answered your own question. It's people that agree on the same line as the board. Now, if you said it with a group of, if you're because I'm answering your question. You want uniformism is a straight line, straight all across the board. Everyone agrees. And when
everyone doesn't agree. It just happens the same way every time.
No, you say everyone that has the same viewpoint, same standpoint. No matter what, no matter what.
That's social. That's not uniform. That's social
along the board. Everything is just stay the same, stay constant.
That's uniformism. Everybody stays the same. That's uniformism. I did not say that everybody agrees. Everybody agrees is social acceptance, and social acceptance is a subjective. That's not uniform. That's subjective. That's not uniform.
I'm answering your question.
No, I'm just being specific. You asked me a short question. I'm giving you a short answer. You asked me if everybody agreeing. You said yes. You said so. Everybody agreeing on something is uniform. I said no. That's not uniform. That's subjective. That is social agreement. That is morals and ethics. Everybody agrees on the same thing. Should be right or wrong. That is morals and ethics. That's subjective to the society. Uniformism is that it happens the same way no matter who's there. Same scenario, different people, different entities, same end result. That's uniformism. Same expectations. That's uniformism. That is not agreed upon by everybody. It is what it will be because that is the situation, no matter who's in it. That's uniformism.
And I'm telling you and explaining that it's wrong because you don't know what other people will think or say until you ask them that question. If they align with your viewpoint and your views, then they're part of your uniformism. Which is
so what you're saying is that I'm wrong because if somebody else is subjective, then I am no longer able to be uniform.
Yes, because let's say you ask if it wasn't me, Kyle, if he was still here, you ask him that same question and he gives you a different answer. Does that still count as uniform? No.
Yeah, actually, subjectively, his opinion would be subjective to his perspective. Your opinion would be subjective to your opinion, and my opinion would be subjective to my opinion. But my opinion would be uniform no matter what question you ask me. Your opinion would be subjective to what you value.
Okay, let me ask you this question. Explain to me properly. What is your uniformism? What is uniformism?
Okay, so I'm going to try this again. I'm going to try to be very short. Uniformism. Okay. When something occurs, for example, the officer that killed the woman in her house after she called for help. Okay. When something occurs, that scenario is the scenario of observation. In that scenario of observation, if you change the variables of that observation, the outcome being considered right or wrong, good or bad, or should not have occurred would be the same. That is uniformism. So if you take out the black woman, put in a white woman, if you believe that the woman should have been shot, then she should have been shot. If you leave the black woman in there, if you believe that she should have been shot, she should have been shot. If you take out the cop and you put in a citizen and you believe that the woman should have been shot, she should have been shot. If in any scenario that you believe that the woman should not have been shot, then uniformly, no matter who was there, whether it was a white woman, a black woman, whether it was a white man or a black man, whether it was a dog, a cat, a baby, that entity should not have been shot. If you believe uniformly that that person should not have been shot, it doesn't matter if it was a cop, if it was a kid, if it was a fireman, if it was a soldier, that person should not have shot the other person. Uniformly, a death should not have occurred there. If you can think of any situation where death did not have to happen, that is uniform. Uniform means standard, that no matter what you change about the situation, that the expectations, it's supposed to be the same. If you have responsibility, you have responsibility. If you have authority, you have authority. If they take you out of this position and put your girlfriend in that position, now she has that same responsibility and that same authority. You do not have her responsibility, and she has your authority because you were taken out of the authoritative position and she is put in the authoritative position. If you're paying all the bills, you dictate what happens in the house. If you do not dictate what happens in the house, you do not pay all the bills. The person who pays all the bills dictates what happens in the house. That is uniformism. So if you don't have authority in your house, you need to stop paying the bills or demand authority. That's uniformism. Whoever is in charge of your house should be paying all the bills. That's uniformism. Does that make sense? Do you understand that?
Okay, now I see what's going on here. Okay.
So how am I wrong about that?
That's not uniformism. That's just looking at that's actually idealism. Basically,
no, that's
what you just described is exactly what idealism is.
No, it's
because
not.
No matter what because what I did was in fact your uniformism. When you talked about the human and the cow, I said they both would be worth the same. That was uniformism. It was neither right nor wrong. on that answer, which you said that my answer wasn't neither right or wrong. Them or the North and the South taking land, no matter which side it was, that answer was not wrong.
Because that's uniformism.
But that's my ideal viewpoint, because I ideally, no matter what situation it is, I will always see the same viewpoint.
No, you
no
don't.
matter who tells me that's not your uniformism. What you're looking at and what you're saying to people, that is true idealism.
No, it's not.
No matter what a person says.
So when we talked earlier, you said that the homeless guy was more valuable than the fly. That's not uniformism.
I didn't understand the situation or the concept that you're trying.
The concept was I reached the concept based on your information. The fact is that the point that was being made. The point that was being made was that subjective expectations dictates right or wrong and good or bad. And I come from a uniform perspective. If it is wrong to kill the homeless guy, it's wrong to kill the fly. If it's wrong to kill a homeless guy, it's wrong to kill the cow. You said, well, the cow and the human is different. Well, how is it not? If the human is being killed and turned into a burger, I said that if the human is being killed, if the human is being killed and turned into a burger,
you didn't give me a straight answer. You gave me a separate question.
No, I always give you a straight answer. I either answer your question or I don't answer your question because you're not letting me finish what I have to say.
Why? Because it gives you a different, people will have a different outcome or a different variation. I'm answering from a different person's standpoint, but you didn't ask me from my viewpoint. But every time when you ask me from my viewpoint, they came from the same answer. They both not worth anything. Every time
I said that they're worth the same. I didn't say that they weren't worth anything, and that's what you need to understand.
That's your idealism and your uniformism.
No, that's not idealism. That's uniformism. Uniformism is the idea that natural process. Uniformism is
I do on the same thing across the board. And I
no, that's answer. Not. You don't think the same thing across the board, though. That's what you don't understand. Yes, if we go back and make it short, when I asked you those questions, no, sir. When I asked you those questions about the difference between between killing something, the difference between killing something and it being right or wrong or good or bad, and the only difference was one was a fly and the other one was a homeless person. You said the homeless person was more valuable than the fly, and killing the fly wasn't wrong and killing the human was wrong, because somebody would miss the homeless person. I said, well, if the homeless person doesn't have a family, and then you said, well, what about the people that help the homeless person? So because a homeless person matters to somebody, that it's okay to kill the fly, but it's not okay to kill the homeless person. I said, well, what about the difference between a human and a cow? And you said that the cow gave that. No, uniformism is
no matter what situation.
No,
put the cow or the human.
Uniformism is what you dictated was not uniformism. Uniformism is not subject. That's what you don't understand. Uniformism is no matter who it is. Of the loss of a life is a loss of a life.
In that theory or in that.
No, there isn't a flaw in that theory. You just won't listen to the theory. You're just talking while I'm talking. Okay, so listen real quick so you can understand what I'm trying to tell you here. Listen, because I got another 45 minutes. I got another 45 minutes, so I got time. I got another 45 minutes, so I got time. I can spend an extra 30 minutes on this.
It's not like we.
I'm telling you, I just checked my calendar, so I got another 45 minutes before I got somewhere else to be, so I can talk about this for another 30. So I just want you to understand that I want you to understand uniformism, because you're telling me that I'm wrong about it. And while we got a lot of people tuned in, and I want to appreciate you guys for tuning in, and make sure that you guys like and subscribe. They're everywhere here. We got a lot of people hanging out.
I want to add this real quick. Make sure you guys check out our store, both on the YouTube and Twitch. I know some of you guys just showed up.
Those of you that are on YouTube, you got the ability to throw some. Those of you on YouTube, you got the ability to throw some super likes, super emojis, some special things and stuff to that effect. You'll be able to show us some love, help us support the podcast, because this costs me a lot of money. So show brothers some love to subsidize my overhead. That I would greatly appreciate you doing that. Subsidize my overhead. But beyond that, the concept here is that you're telling me I'm wrong about uniformism, and your conception of uniformism is slightly flawed. So I understand that there is a difference between idealism versus uniformism. And I want you to understand it when I told you that the value of life of the fly is no different from the value of life of the person. That is uniformism. So taking the life of the fly and taking the life of the human would be equally wrong if murder is wrong. That was uniformism. Now, when you said,
let me ask you this. I'll let you finish the rest of the way, I promise. So, my question is, for your uniformism, what would you say would be the core aspect of uniformism? What would be the core?
Okay. Uniformism is a natural process that occurs today that always have occurred in the same way throughout history and will continue to do so in the future, which means that no matter what variables you change about that situation, the process and sequence is going to be the same. The outcome is going to be the same. The expectations are going to be the same. So if what happened to Michael Brown is wrong, then what happened to Trayvon Martin is wrong. What happened to this guy named George was wrong. If it wasn't a black guy and he got unnecessarily murdered, it's still wrong. That's uniformism. When we were talking about uniformism originally, when we were talking about from the biblical perspective of thou shalt not kill, when we originally talked about thou shalt not kill, killing is killing. So murder is wrong. So I said, well, what about a fly? You said fly. You said a fly. Hold on a second before you ask that question. You said that killing a fly is not wrong. Well, what about killing a homeless guy? Nobody knows who he is. He doesn't have any family. Killing a homeless guy. You said, well, killing a homeless guy is wrong. Well, why is killing a homeless guy wrong and killing a fly is not wrong? Because killing is killing. Killing is wrong. Uniformism. Killing is wrong, right? Then you said, well, not killing with if you don't kill with malice intent. So if the person being killed by you is not done by malice intent,
that's society's uniformism. I remember I was quoting from what someone else says.
No. That's not society's uniformism. That is a concept of uniformism. You're not coming from your concept of uniformism.
That's not mine.
Okay, so that's not your idealism. Uniformism and idealism is not the same. The concept of having an idea, and the concept of being uniform is two different things. You being uniform means that no matter what
that concept and that idea, that uniform.
Do I believe in what concept or what idea? Because we're talking about two different ones.
I want to point that out. So, do you think a person that, as long as someone doesn't have no malice intent or doesn't bring no vengeance upon themselves, is part of your uniformism that you can follow?
That's not uniformism though. That's idealism. That's what I'm trying to get you to understand.
That's what I'm telling you. That's not.
And I'm trying to. No. You're asking me. Do I believe that concept of thou shalt not kill, as long as it is not going to bring vengeance upon them, is right or wrong? And that is idealism. Do I agree with that concept? I said that based on that concept, if somebody kills something else without malice intent or without the instinct of vengeance upon them, that it is ideally the same outcome. So a homeless person that does not have any family, nobody knows who he is, if you kill him, you make a burger out of him, that is not going to bring vengeance upon you. You didn't do it out of malice intent. The reason why I used a burger is because I put that in the same scenario as a cow that is being butchered for a burger. So you're going to kill both of these living things. You're going to make a sandwich out of them. You're going to eat them. Now, neither one of them is going to have somebody come and riot and try to burn your house down for what you did. I'm saying, why did you say that it was wrong to do it to the homeless guy, but it's not wrong to do it to the cow?
Which one would taste better?
It doesn't matter, because the fact is, no, it doesn't. I understand that you're joking right now, but what you have to understand, I understand that you're joking, but what you have to understand is that
the human burger.
The difference is that if you have a subjective purpose for it, then it is not uniform. If you are only saying that it's okay to eat the burger because it came from a cow, but it's not okay to eat the burger because it came from a human, that is subjective. If the burger is a burger because it's a burger, then it is uniform. If where the meat came from is not relevant to whether or not the meat is able to be eaten ethically or morally, then it's uniform.
That will decide all of it.
Which one tastes better?
What if that was the key factor?
But then it would be subjective, because I just told you about different countries in Mexico and Africa where people are cut up for whatever they did, and then their body parts are sold in a meat market, and people buy it and eat them. Cannibalism.
See, that was not. So does it taste good? Which one tastes better?
No. Whether or not it tastes good, I don't know because I don't eat human meat. But the question is that wrong? Is it wrong on one scenario? Is it wrong? Is it wrong? Is it wrong? Is it any more? Is it any more? No. Okay, there is not. Okay, so that's what you need to understand. There's idealism. There's difference in the ideas. Okay.
No, that's not. That's the thing. You're not asking me you asking me from a moral standpoint. You didn't ask.
No. I'm asking you uniformly. Murder is murder. Death is death. Killing a fly, killing a homeless guy, killing a cow, turning all of them into sandwiches.
And my next question is uniformly. Am I asking as from my side of uniformism, or
there is no your side or my side, because uniformism dictates the concept of uniformism is different from the concept of idealism. Is your ideas of right or wrong is idealism? Is it right or wrong to eat the fly, eat the human, or eat the cow?
Or what we think.
No, societal constructs is subject to that's socialist. That's not socialism. That's a social construct. That's not socialism. That's a social construct. So what you're trying to say?
Your definition of uniform, because there's not.
I read to you the definition of uniform. Uniformism is straightforward.
You're not really explaining it properly.
You're not understanding. Okay, so hold on. Let me help you out. Let me help you out. Let me help you out because you don't understand. You don't understand the difference between idealism.
Are you talking about from my point of view or from everyone's point of view?
No. Every situation is going to be the same. That is uniformism. That is not a point of view. That is the outcome. That is the outcome. The same means that it happens every time the same way, no matter what's involved. That is the same.
So what I pick does not matter.
What you pick would be the same thing that you would pick every time if you change different variables of the same scenario.
So what I pick doesn't matter if I'm going to get the same result.
No, what you pick does matter because you don't get the same result because you're not picking the same thing. You're not picking the same thing.
The same result. So why does the point of picking?
Because you are not picking the same thing. When we check, if I change one variable in the same scenario, your answer is different. That is not uniformism.
But you say we're going to get the same results, so it's not uniformism.
No, okay. So the outcome is the same.
This is what I hear from any experiment. When you switch out the variable, you're going to get the same result. So no matter what you pick, yes or no, you're going to get the same result. But now you change.
No. You're confusing yourself. You're confusing yourself. Hold on. Okay, so let me do this again for you so that you can clearly understand this. Select the situation.
Okay.
Series of events occur. Outcome is going to be the same.
Okay.
When you determine that action is right or wrong, that is supposed to be the same interpretation no matter who performs that action, no matter who is involved in that action. That is uniformism. Okay. Now, we say that killing is wrong. Kill a fly, you say killing a fly is not wrong. Killing a homeless guy, you say killing the homeless guy is wrong. That is not uniformism. It's idealism. That's not uniformism. Now, I say, well, the difference between killing a homeless guy and killing a cow, if you're going to kill the homeless guy without malice intent, nobody's going to take revenge upon you. You're going to turn this human into a burger. It's going to be ate as substance. You're going to kill a cow. You're going to do the same thing. Nobody's going to come after you. You're going to eat this cow. It's going to become substance. You say that killing the human is bad. Killing the cow is not bad. It's idealism, not uniform.
Okay. Okay. So let me say that same scenario. Human and fly. If I leave the guy, if I don't kill the human, that's a good thing. If I kill the fly, that would count as a bad thing, or doesn't.
That's not uniformism.
That's not uniformism. But
if killing the human is bad,
okay, one variable. You can kill the human, but you can't kill the fly because the fly is sacred.
Then that's not uniformism.
Okay, but if you don't kill either.
If the fly is, if it's wrong to kill the fly, it's wrong to kill the human. If it's wrong to kill a human, it's wrong to kill a cow. If it's not wrong to kill the cow because you're eating the cow for substance, then it's not wrong to kill the human because you're eating the human for substance.
So here's another one. If I kill, how about this? Which one is allowed to kill? You can allow to kill a cow or a tree for sustenance.
Do both.
But it's not right to kill.
So you're saying that because it's not right to kill, I mean, okay, so you're laughing, but you're saying which one? You're saying which one is no. You're saying which one is all right to kill. You said for substance, the cow or the tree, and I said kill both, and you're saying, but it's not right. You asked me which one. If I chose a specific one where it's right to kill the cow, but it's not right to kill the tree, or it's right to kill the tree, but it's not right to kill the cow, that's not uniformism, because I'm subjectively selecting one in favor of the other. I uniformly said kill them both, and I was going to go on to say
you cannot just say both. You got to pick one.
Why? Okay, so why are you going to give me a choice where I have to choose one? And that's not uniform because you're forcing me to choose one.
The situation requires you to pick one.
You're putting me in a situation. You're putting me in a non-uniform situation to have me select one to die in order to prove uniformism.
That I'm giving you the same situation that you have given me because you.
No, I didn't. No.
Yeah, I did. You made me pick one. Which one is more valuable?
I said. Okay, so, and then I also went back and said that if one is more valued than the other, that's not uniformism. Now, you asked me, I told you my answer is always going to be uniform. You asked me which one should die, the human or the cow.
Right now, if I'm giving you the same situation, same variables, you got to pick one. All I did was tweak one variable.
Well, yeah, making me pick one is forcing me to not be uniform. Because uniformism requires me to do. No, I'm not. No, that's not. You said that killing a fly is not wrong. You said I asked you is killing. I asked no. I asked you is killing. I asked you is killing. No, sir. I asked you. No, sir. I asked you is killing a fly. I asked you is killing a fly wrong. You said no. I asked you, is killing a fly wrong? Because we said, thou shalt not kill. I said, is killing a fly wrong? And you said, no.
First.
No, I asked you, is killing a fly wrong? You said, no. Then I asked you, is killing a homeless guy wrong? You said, yes. And I said, what's the difference? And you said, well, somebody values a homeless guy. I said, okay, well, what about if the homeless guy doesn't have any family, the same way you believe that the fly doesn't have any family, and the homeless guy's just there? And you said it's still wrong because people take care of homeless people. And that's coming from a moral perspective of understanding that somebody might have some value for human life over the value of the fly's life. But I said, okay, so you read the construct of, well, it has to be a non-malice intent. No, I threw in the non-malice intent. So you're not killing for revenge. And you said that nobody's going to come and take revenge on you.
Okay, hold on.
So no one's going to take revenge on you. So I said, hold on, follow me. Please follow me. Follow me now. Follow me now. So you said that killing the fly is wrong and killing the human is not wrong, but killing is wrong. So that is where I said that is not uniform, because you said that killing one is not wrong and killing the other one is wrong when killing is wrong. Now, that is what's not uniform about that. If killing is wrong, no matter what you kill, killing is wrong. That's uniformism. Now, when you said that it's not wrong to kill if it is not done where vengeance will come upon you. So I said, okay, well, you got this one human that nobody's gonna miss. So if you've got one human that nobody's gonna miss and a cow, you turn them both into a sandwich. You turn them both into a sandwich.
Who decides that's not uniform?
Who decides that's not uniform?
Yeah.
What do you mean? If it's not if the results are not the same,
that's not uniform.
The definition of uniform. The definition of uniform is that if it is not the same, it is not uniform. If the outcome and expectations, if they're not the same,
Okay.
If you change the expectation of the observer.
And who's the observer?
In this particular situation, when I asked you those 3 questions, you observed you observed the exact same 3 questions. You had a different opinion for each one of those questions. So your opinion was not uniform.
I'm not the observer. I'm the experiment. I'm the subject. The observer is the person that didn't involve himself in the situation.
No, you're observing. So you observe. You're observing the experiment is that you observe.
Experimented on.
No, your observation of murder being wrong, but killing a fly is not wrong. Murder being wrong, but killing a human is wrong. Murder being wrong, but killing a cow is not wrong. 2 out of 3 situations where death occurs, only one of them is wrong. That is not uniform. If killing is wrong, then it's wrong no matter when it is.
That's not my viewpoint. That is the viewpoint that
your viewpoint is idealism, not uniformism. That's what I'm trying to get you to understand.
That's everybody's viewpoint.
Everybody's viewpoint is everybody's idealism, but that is not uniformism.
When I was answering those questions, I was answering them of what another person would view. You didn't ask me what I would view.
No, when you answered the question, that was your viewpoint. I didn't ask you what. When I asked you what you thought, what I asked you what you thought, your answer is what I will assume.
From my perspective.
When I ask you what you thought, your answer is what I will assume is your thought on that scenario. I did not ask you what you think other people would say. I asked you what you thought about that situation. And you thought differently in 3 similar situations that had 3 different values of life from your perspective.
Okay, that's fine. But
no, that's fact.
I gotta
so here we go. We have idealism is associated with reality to ideas that in the mind rather than the material objects.
It's extremely flawed.
It is not extremely flawed. Yes, you just don't have the. No, it's not. How is it flawed? How is it flawed?
You just said that you're the judge of what.
I did not say that I was a judge. I said that if you
you observe what I did, and which that makes you the observer from me answering your questions because I'm the subject, and because the test subject cannot be the observer at the same time. Unless you commit to yourself as a test subject, which you're supposed to answer those questions, but you're the one that judged it and counted as uniformism. That is not
so uniform. So the idea. So the idea of uniformism is that the outcome is supposed to be the outcome. The outcome and expectations.
Confuse a whole bunch of people.
No, it doesn't. Just you. You're the only person confused about this.
To somebody. Here's the experiment. Go whenever you got a chance. Go ask a random person about this subject and what uniformism is, and explain the whole philosophy. I promise you, if you do it for a regular Joe, everyone in the straight line on the board, we got a
few thousand people here,
and that will be your uniformism.
If anybody here doesn't understand what I just explained, please jump in the comments and tell me that you didn't understand.
Please.
I give you another 20 minutes to entertain the situation. Please jump in the comments and tell me that you do not understand that uniformism is the construct that in a isolated scenario that the expectations and results are supposed to be the same. Linear. When you change the variables out, the situation is the same. The situation is the same. If you say the situation is the same, that is uniform. If the situation is not the same, it is not uniform. So if killing is wrong, killing a fly is wrong, killing a cow is wrong, killing a human is wrong. If killing a cow is not wrong and killing a human is wrong and killing a fly is not wrong, that is subjective. Because you are saying that specific circumstances dictate that certain things can be killed and certain things cannot be killed. That is not saying that killing across the board is wrong. If killing across the board is wrong, then everything that loses its life unwillingly by the hands of something or someone else was not supposed to be killed. Because thou shalt not kill. That's where we were on with that particular concept. Then when we started talking about taking over somebody's territory, taking your house is wrong, taking the land from the Indians is wrong, taking the South from the North, taking the South by the North was wrong, because taking somebody else's land is wrong. If the ideal concept is that it's wrong to take from someone else.
That's enough. What you're talking about is a cause and effect. What you're talking about.
So I could break it down to you where you can really understand it then. If uniformism says that if cause makes this effect, then the outcome is always supposed to be determined the same way. So if this causes this effect and this cause is wrong, then if this cause changes whoever did the cause, then the cause is still wrong. If killing people is wrong and I kill people, then I'm wrong. If I join the military and I kill people, I'm still wrong. That's uniformism. But if it's not wrong to kill people if I join the military, but it is wrong to kill people if I'm not in the military, then it's not wrong. Huh?
Yeah, I said if you but then you say if you change one of the variables, that will give you a completely different result. That's not uniformism.
Right. So when you're changing a variable, and when you're changing that variable, you're not changing the person involved. You're changing the outcome. The outcome is that you're deciding that it's no longer wrong because you've changed one of the variables. That is when it's no longer uniformism. So if killing somebody is wrong, then killing anything that is alive is wrong. If killing selectively is right, then it is not uniform, because killing is uniformly wrong in this idea. Now, when we started talking about the difference between, because you said that it's not wrong to kill if there's no acts of vengeance involved. So I said, okay, well, you're not killing for malice intent. You're killing for substance. Nobody's going to come after you. We use a homeless guy. Nobody knows who he is. Nobody's looking for him. You use a cow. You eat both of them.
Hit that like button. We really would appreciate it if you do so.
You eat both of them. Why is it wrong to eat the human and not wrong to eat the cow? Uniformism says that if it's not wrong to kill, if you're eating it for substance, there's no malice intent involved. Nobody's going to come after you because you ate the cow or the human. Why is it wrong to eat the human but not wrong to eat the cow? Under uniformism, it determines that either both of them are right or both of them are wrong, because the same action is you took a life and turned it into a sandwich. That is the same action. The determination of the fact that one sandwich is wrong and the other sandwich is right, that is what is not uniform. And that's what you don't understand. So you're going to say that your idealism is different from my uniformism, and you're going to call your idealism uniformism. If you believe that eating a human is wrong,
my ideal, it's not mine, Xander.
It is yours.
No, it's not. Idealism has been around forever. It's been
and uniformism has been around for a long time too. They're two different constructs.
Uniformism is like your baby. It's not really
it is not my baby.
Yes,
it is not my baby.
You are just like it's your child. You pray to it. It's like your Bible.
I don't pray to it. If it does, do you understand that men operate
expectations?
Men operate on logic and reason, and logic can be better assumed and better analyzed from uniformism, balance. Because when you start putting bias in there, when you start putting favoritism in there, then certain situations only apply when certain favorite people are involved. But when you take favoritism out of the equation, you put any random person in that same position. If they hold the same level of entitlement, if they hold the same level of authority, if they hold the same level of responsibility, that is uniformism. But if one person has the right to do something that another person does not have the right to do in the exact same scenario with the exact same outcome, that is not uniform. And that is what leads to people being able to determine what is and is not fair, because you can do it, but I can't. That starts leading to what is and is not equal, because you can do it and I can't, because it is not uniform. If you can take a life, but I can't take a life, what is the difference between the two of us? If taking a life is wrong, uniformly, if taking a life is wrong, if it's wrong when I do it, it's wrong when you do it. So now we're using the exact same. It's not comparing apples to oranges and calling them both fruit. We're comparing two people. So you got two human beings. One person takes a life, the other person takes a life. Why is it wrong when one person takes a life, but it's not wrong when another person takes a life? If it's wrong when one person does it, uniform, it is wrong when everyone does it. That is uniformity. And you say that you don't agree with that. You say that I'm wrong. So what you're telling me is that because you and I have good tans, we're not allowed to kill people because killing is wrong. But somebody who doesn't have a really good tan decides to come over and kill everybody in your family, that's okay. Because they don't have a tan. Is that your understanding that selectively certain people can be mistreated because favoritism dictates that you're supposed to get mistreated? Because in my perspective of uniformism, that's not uniform. My perspective, my concept, my understanding of uniformism is that if the roles were reversed, if it's okay for someone with a bad tan to come and take out somebody with a good tan, then roles reverse, purge rules. The person with a bad tan can take out a person with a good tan. The person with a good tan can take out a person with a bad tan. Uniformism. Uniformism. Now, you have to explain to me why the concept of uniformism is wrong when you have to understand that idealism is not uniformism. Your concept of your ideas, your concept of your perspective, and your subjective opinion is not uniformism. But your opinion as to what is right or wrong being subjective, because it is not a uniform statement, is what I said was not uniform. So if you are able to point out that it's not okay to make baby back ribs out of babies, but it's okay to make ribs out of cows. It's not okay to make a Whopper out of a human, but it's okay to make Whoppers out of cows. It's okay to make tacos out of dogs, but it's not okay to make tacos out of homeless people. It's okay to make egg rolls out of cats, but it's not okay to make egg rolls out of old women.
Because if I explain it why this is wrong, you're just going to debate it. We're going to be here for another hour.
I give you another 10 minutes to try to show me why your subject. Hold on. Let me make sure that I formulate this question so that you understand. Okay. Why is it that you're saying that subjective selection is uniform? Because uniformism means that if it's wrong on one side, it's wrong on the other. If it's right on one side, it's right on the other. So why is it that subjectively it is only right in certain situations and then wrong when you change who's involved in that situation? And it's still considered uniform. If murder is wrong, why is murder not wrong across the board uniformly? But selectively, you're going to say that it's uniform. That's what I'm trying to ask you. How does your idea of uniformism wrap itself around? I give you 8 minutes. I give you 10 minutes. I give you 10 minutes.
Okay, so they're gonna properly explain what Xander said. Uniformism is the same no matter what the situation or scenario is. If humans, if you make a human burger, if you make a cow burger, then it's okay to make a human burger. But the thing is, that means you don't really have you don't really want to make a choice. It doesn't matter what. Oh, I got 10 minutes, so I'm going to go, because you're not picking. You say, oh, if that's okay, if cows okay, then eating humans are okay.
So you're saying that you have to pick. So you're saying that you have to pick.
Straight line across the board. If we uniformly, if I say, oh, it's okay to eat a cow, then it's okay to eat a human. Straight up, because that's balanced uniformly. Because that is the right thing to do. I will do that situation.
Well, never said it was the right thing to do. Said it was uniform.
Because that's uniformal. There's no.
Didn't say it was the right thing to do. Said it was uniform.
That's balanced. If I kill Mary, I have to kill her sister Susan. Because
well, you don't have to, but the difference between killing Mary.
Because you said it has to be uniform, straight up.
No. You're starting to skew it now.
You gave me 8 minutes.
You're getting it skewed now because you're saying that because you killed the woman, you have to kill the sister, and that's not the same.
On the other side, same thing uniformly. So what?
Well, yes, if you're going to kill her, then you would have to kill her sister. Yeah,
so if a country wants to have marry 5-year-old kids in another country, Japan has to marry 5-year-old kids in another country.
Well, Japan is 13 to 16, so
across the board. See where the problem is there. If everything was straight across the board, yes. I am using your method. If I have to eat cow, then I have to eat human to balance that out.
No.
Straight across the board. You see,
I said that in order for you to be uniform, then yes, you would have to do that.
That has to be straight across the board.
And I said that in order for you to not be uniform, you would have to be subjective.
Social cues do not matter.
Which means that if you are subjective,
I gotta run over a human.
If special conditions apply to this particular outcome.
Conditions. That's the thing.
That's right. Uniformism is not special conditions. That's right. Uniformism is not exactly. So if uniformism applies, then that means that if you're putting
logical to you guys, see where that problem is.
No, there's no problem there. You're almost catching on, but you're not quite catching it.
I'm explaining word for word what
you're almost there, but you're not quite there. You almost got it, but you don't have it.
I am exactly there.
You're not there.
You said what happens here must happen over here
in order to be uniform.
If that guy leaves me alone, this guy leaves me alone. Right?
In order for it to be uniform.
Yeah, in order to be uniform. That is uniform. That's your definition of uniform.
Right.
So if that guy, if he kills Tom, I've got to go kill Jane.
Oh, only if killing is supposed to be considered correct.
You did not put any circumstances in. There is no.
Yes, there is a circumstance.
The circumstance on the situation. It doesn't depend on
the sequence of actions that leads to an outcome and the determination of that outcome.
Keep the status quo. That uniformism is wrong. And
the uniformism is not wrong. Your understanding of uniformism is wrong.
Because what you do on one side, you must do on the other.
That's uniform.
That's perfectly clear. That's uniform. Yes. So it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if it's good or bad. If I
that's right.
Him, I gotta punch Tom because why? They're twins.
That's no. Uniform. If punching is wrong, No. Let me say this. If punching is right and you punch Adam, you got to punch Tim. Tim and Adam can be twins. If punching Adam is right, punching Tim is right. If punching Adam is wrong, is punching Tim is right. If punching Sue is wrong, then why is punching Adam right? And you're supposed to say uniformly that punching is not right. That's what I said.
What you said in any situation, no matter what the other outcome, whether it's right or wrong, it's still uniform across the board.
Uniform means that it's going to happen the same way and it's going to be interpreted the same way. Yes.
What they do, whatever what they do, as long as it's uniform, then it's always okay.
I did not say it's always okay. I said the expectation is going to be the same. If right is always right,
no matter what it's right or wrong.
If right is always right, then when right is wrong, it is no longer uniform. If wrong is always wrong, when wrong becomes right situationally, it is not uniform. So what I was saying was that because you were getting it mixed up, your expectations of what you have the construct that right or wrong dictates whether or not it's uniform. No, if punching Adam is wrong and punching Tom is wrong, if you punch Adam and you punch Tom, you were wrong in both situations. And that's a uniform observation that punching both of them was the wrong thing to do. But if punching Adam was wrong and punching Tim was right, that is not uniform. That is subjective opinion, because there's favoritism towards one person that is not applied to the other. If punching a boy is okay and punching a girl is not okay, then it is not uniform. If punching somebody is wrong, then punching a boy is wrong.
I got nothing else to tell you. I already explained to you your uniform.
Well, if you got nothing else to tell me, then you can listen. And that means that, like I said, that uniform is uniform.
4 hours and I'm ready to go. So,
well, then you can go. Like I was saying, if punching is wrong, then punching is wrong. Uniformly speaking. What I was saying was uniformly speaking, because you're trying to say that uniformism is wrong because your perspective of right and wrong, your perspective of tomorrow. Let me finish so that we can wrap the show up. Your perspective of right and wrong and your perspective of morals and ethics dictates whether or not uniformism is a good thing or a bad thing. But it is not changing the fact that in a uniform construct, if it is wrong, it is always wrong. If it is right, it is always right. And when I gave you different situations, actually, I gave you the same situation and I involved different values. The difference in values gives you a subjective opinion. Taking a life is the construct that is considered wrong. Let me finish. No.
I was supposed to say no.
There are different values. There are different values because you have a different value of life. 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 You do not value the life of a fly. You value the life of a human. You have less value of a cow. So you said that it's okay to kill a cow and it's okay to kill a fly, but it's not okay to kill a human. That is a subjective train of thought, because there are special circumstances that gives favoritism to when it is okay to kill, under the idea that it's never okay to kill. So if it is never okay to kill, there is never a situation when it's okay to kill. If it is never okay to punch people, then that means that every time you punch somebody, you're doing a bad thing. If it is okay to punch people in certain situations, that is subjective, not uniform. If it is not okay to kill as a civilian, it's not okay to kill as a soldier. If it is okay to steal, then it's okay to steal all the time. But if it's wrong to steal, then it is never okay to steal. So if you steal because it was part of your job, you're still doing a wrong action. So the idea of this show, the whole topic of this particular show, was determining the difference between justifiable actions versus the ends justifying the means. And I came from a uniform answer. If it's wrong all the way across the board, it's wrong all the way across the board, no matter what's involved, no matter what's at stake. The difference between eating a homeless guy, eating a cow, and eating my daughter is going to be the exact same. If it's wrong, it's wrong. If it's right, it's right. Because uniformly, right and wrong is not subjective to what is involved. When right and wrong is subjective to what is involved, it is no longer uniform. You are saying that right and wrong is, I've said it already, subjective to social approval.
What you have just been telling me.
I said that right and wrong is subjective to social approval. I said that right and wrong is subjective to social approval. So it is socially unacceptable to eat a person, but it is socially acceptable to eat a cow. It is not socially acceptable to eat a child, but it is socially acceptable to kill a fly or an ant or a roach. As a result, killing is not uniformly wrong. It is socially unacceptable. That is what I said. And we spent 4 hours debating on whether or not good or bad is justified because of the intent and the outcome. And I said, from a uniform perspective, if it's good, it's always good, no matter who did it, and no matter why they did it. And if it's bad, bad is always bad, no matter who did it and no matter why they did it. And the ends do not validate the fact that you did something you should not have done, because what you did is considered socially unacceptable. Uniformism. Because if it's socially unacceptable, it is always socially unacceptable. If it is sometimes acceptable, then it is subjectively acceptable. That's the difference between uniformism and non-uniformism. Now, idealism, which is what you was talking about, and we'll wrap the show up after this. Idealism. Your ideas do not have to be my ideas. my expectations and my beliefs are not your beliefs. That's difference in ideas. But idealism is not uniformism. So there is not more than one construct for uniformism. There is only one construct for uniformism. And if it does not meet that construct, it is not uniform. It is subjective. Now, depending on the society that you're in, subjectively, it could be approved, and subjectively, it could not be approved. But because somebody dictates whether or not it can and cannot happen, it is not uniform. So when you ask me, who is the observer? Well, you were the observer. When you observed, when I gave you the scenario, you observed that scenario is right. You observed the next scenario is wrong. You observed the next scenario is right. And that observation, observation was not uniform, because uniform means that your response was supposed to be the same every time. Your beliefs do not have to be the same. Your response to the same killing was supposed to be the same if your belief is that killing is wrong. But your ideals of killing is subjective, not uniform, which means that as long as what is being killed is weighted equally in your eyes, then it will be considered right every time. If what you think is okay to be killed is considered okay to kill, then it will always be considered good. If you say it's not okay to kill it, then it will be always considered bad if it's all weighted equally. So you might say killing ants, bugs, rats, squirrels, all okay to kill, but people, babies, elderly, not okay to kill, which means that if they're all weighted equally, your opinion will be the same. But if it's not weighted equally to you, your opinion will differ based on your value of it. That is subjective opinion, subjective ideologies, subjective beliefs, subjective morals, and subjective ethics, which all of us have. I'm not saying that you're wrong for it. I'm just saying that is not uniform. That's all I'm saying. Uniform means that no matter how grotesque that the example gets, if you said that it was okay to do in one scenario, you say it's okay to do in every scenario. Every scenario that outcome is the same.
Well, if that's your scenario, that's your type of philosophy, I expect you.
It's not my type of philosophy. It is a philosophy. It is a philosophy.
That's like your baby right there.
Okay, so you feel like it's mine. Now you can Google uniformism. I can give you the words so you can spell it. You can feel uniformism, and you can Google it, and you can get a better understanding of it. You can do a little bit of digging. Go look at Wikipedia. Go look at Reddit. Go look at the concept of uniformism is the same every time. It's not going to change. And what you don't understand is that we were gauging whether or not right or wrong is uniform. And in your eyes, right or wrong is not uniform, it's subjective, because depending on the circumstances, you'll say that it's okay. And depending on the circumstances, you'll say that it's not okay do the same action. If the action is wrong, the action is always wrong. That's uniformism. And if the action is right, the action is always right. That's uniformism. So if I'm going to take a stance on something, my stance is going to always be the same. Now, does that mean that I'm going to have to be heartless and cruel in certain scenarios because I stood on the same principles no matter what variable was involved? By all means, yes. But does that also mean that I'm going to stand on the same principles and I'm not going to flex on my perspective simply because you put somebody favoritive of me in that scenario? That is correct. Because I'm going to stand on the same principles. My principles are not going to change just because I like you. If we were in a zombie apocalypse and I say that if you got bit, you get shot in the head, bro. If you got bit, you could be my best friend. You could be my child, my mother, my father. Put a bullet in your head. If I got bit, then I would shoot myself, because under the construct that if you get bit, you get shot. So if nobody else wants to shoot me, I shoot myself, because if I shot everybody else who got bit, uniformly speaking, if I get bit, I should get shot. If you say, well, no, we shouldn't, just like on Walking Dead, we shouldn't do that to my son. He got bit. I shot everybody else that got bit, but he's my son. We're gonna try to cure him. If that's the case, you should have tried to cure everybody who got bit. If you're gonna selectively choose to try to save your son, but you shot everybody else in the head and said there's nothing else we can do, that is not uniform. So I know Mr. Pibbs has exhausted a lot of time on this show today. I really appreciate you guys for hanging out with us for the period of time that you participated. This is one of the longest shows we've ever had, but we greatly appreciate you guys hanging out with us.
Didn't you go like 5 hours on one of them?
No, we've never gone 5 hours. We've never gone more than 3.5 hours. 3 hours and 45 minutes, I think, is the longest show we've ever had. So 4 hours and 24 minutes, longest show we've had. We really appreciate you guys coming. Hopefully see you guys tomorrow. We're here live 9 Eastern, 8 Central, 5 Pacific, 7 days a week. So hopefully you guys tune in. We got a few extra ideologies that we're going to be going over this week. And then we've got a lot more better things to come for the rest of the week and a large map of stuff going on for the month of September. So stay tuned for those. We really appreciate you guys coming. And I'm going to tell you from a uniform perspective, ladies and gentlemen, ladies, as long as the situation doesn't make sense, I'm going to ask you ladies to make it make sense. So ladies, make it make sense. I'm going to go ahead and sign out of TikTok for you guys real quick. And for the rest of you guys on YouTube and Twitch and Twitter, we really appreciate you guys coming. And I'm going to be your host, Xander. This is Mr. Pibbs. Welcome for coming to This and That, where we talk about this, that, and everything in between. And you guys have a great night. Thank you very much.